blessings. What you say? I just blessings. Okay, blessings. Yes, yeah. I be blessings. Blessings. Over and over again. Blessings. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I be blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I be a blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I be a blessing. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a blessing. I be a blessing. Every breath is a blessing. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be a blessing. Blessings upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be a blessing. From I have mouth for talk, that's a blessing. I'm have foot for walk, another blessing. Me in the outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And my heart no dark, cause of the blessings. Cause me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be a blessing. Blessings upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be a blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be a blessing.
Shalom! Welcome to Martial Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, Maya is so. Hey, Maya is so. Toraba, 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 ya, ya. Toraba, 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 ya, ya. Praise God!
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Where the mic is. I don't know where the mic is. All praises to the Most High. I don't hear it. I don't hear anything. Nope. So the mic ain't. Yep. It's not working. It's really low. So let me restart that. Right. Try it again. Go here. All right. It's still low. All right. Hold on. I gotta figure out something. I knew this was gonna happen tonight. I can tell. All right, y'all give me a second. Let me try to get the mic level. See what's going on. Go to mixes, right? And come back. Mix effects. Come back here. All right. There we go. All right. I think I got it now. All right. Yep, I do. I hear it. All right. Peace and blessings. I knew they was going to mess with the audio tonight. Peace and blessings, everybody coming in. Tonight going to be crazy. Hold on. Let me come on the screen. Let me get myself together. Better get yourself together. Yeah. Peace and blessings. Tonight going to be crazy. Oh, I'm way too big. Why is that? Let me see what that is. All right. That's a little better. That's a little better. Peace and blessings, everybody worldwide. We about to get started. Tonight's lesson were the Somalians, cavemen, and Chud the Builder's DNA exposed. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy tonight. Hold on. Let me do this. It should be, yeah, there you go. It should be right there. Let me click that one. Then let me come here. Let me go share screen, right? Share screen, window, bang, share. All right, now they done made that really tiny. And I gotta click that. Okay, now I can make that smaller. Now I can see what y'all see. There you go. So now y'all see, let me come back to the comment section. Peace and blessings, everybody. Hopefully y'all have a blessed weekend. All right, it's Monday and we going in. Tonight is my first time going in, even discussing the Chud the Builder situation. I know all y'all then heard about this Chud the Builder, the dude out there. I was gonna do it when it first dropped, the actually first day it dropped, the first time, and I didn't, so I don't be caring about it, but whatever. So tonight, yeah, because it ties in, because I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. Chud the Builder and were the Somalians cavemen. Oh, Unc, what is you doing? I'm trying to start some mess. Shout out to everybody coming in the building. So this is the thumbnail. So the title says, were the Somalians cavemen? All right. So y'all see that right there? That's a Somalian. That's crazy work. I ain't even got to say nothing about it. It just is what it is. And then over here, y'all can't really see it, but that's cavemen in a cave with a fire, right? And then I put Chud's name. Couldn't find a way to put it where y'all could see it in the thumbnail. And over here, this is Chud, Chud the plug, Chud the builder. All right, that's Chud. And this right here, I know y'all like, what in the ancient? Oh yeah, this a caveman. Uh-huh. Like I said, who is Chud? You about to find out if you didn't know. All right. So that's a Somalian. That's Chud, right? If some don't know Chud, y'all find out tonight if you don't. Most people know who he is already. And he's the one out there enticing, inflaming black people, calling black people chimps and iggers and, for clout for social media. Got his butt locked up. Now he crying in jail. All right. So anyway, and this right here, yeah, that's I did a lesson before about Neanderthals and Denisovans, and I know that a lot of our black brothers and sisters have learned a lot of false information about history, but you got to understand that you got to understand the real history. It goes deeper, right? Because most people think that only the so-called white people were in caves. That ain't true. There's something called Denisovans, all right? But we going somewhere, and this is one, all right? When they go back to the most ancient, all right? And this dude right here don't look white at all. All right, in the middle, just saying, all right? So Chud, the Somalians, and this dude, what do they got in common? Is this Chud's grandpappy? Let me find out, Chud. Chud, all right, So anyway, shout out to Sister Kim. Shout out to everybody, Victoria Sharon. Shout out to people coming in the building. All right. I know they probably gonna definitely shadow ban us tonight, but it is what it is. We still gonna have some fun. Oh, tonight it's gonna be kind of fun too. So y'all gonna get your snacks. It's gonna be kind of fun. It's gonna be all right. So I'm gonna open it up with a clip, right? Let's shout out to Morgan Chandler, shout out to Lizette TV. I'm gonna open it up with a clip, right? Of some current events, stuff that's going down, stuff that's going on today in the world, right? But again, as I go through this, I got something I'm gonna teach. And most of y'all, I can guarantee y'all didn't know this. Almost probably 99% of the people who will come on the live tonight didn't know what's gonna come out tonight. So y'all know I'm always going somewhere. Every time I bring something out, I always got an agenda. You understand? So if I talk about some Chud, or I talk about the Somalians, and I talk about, y'all sure already know I'm about to go somewhere with some ancient texts, some ancient books, some history that's been hidden. You heard? Some history about ancient times and civilizations that they don't tell you about, but they actually show us it. We're going to the Library of Congress tonight too. We're going to a government website. So I'm gonna show you some real receipts, like that the government even portrays this, but they fooled us. They bamboozled us again with history, as they always do throughout history. But we're gonna expose it. Okay. Now tonight we're going in. All right. All right. Here we go. So let's go first. We're gonna go to first video clip of the night. Right. Because I'm just bringing something in. Let's get a little laugh going on really quick, right? Enjoy yourself to bring on in the lesson, all right? Shout out to Yashiyaha for that good song, Blessings, boom, boom, upon blessings, all right? All right, now, copyright disclaimers are in effect. Let me set my stage. I'm going to come back to y'all. We're going on in. We're about to get into the first video clip of the night. Shout out to Matt Yaha and family, all right? Let's go. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. And then, so I'm bringing this in. I'm doing this clip now so that others can find out we live. You know what I mean? For those, if you don't mind, please give a like to the video, to the live, so others can know we live and more could come in. So we can get through the shadow ban. So we can get a little bit through the shadow ban, right? We almost have 50 on the live so far. All right, so I'm going to try to wait till we get closer around 80, 90. Hopefully they let us get through 100 tonight on the live stream. We don't know. All right, but anyway, shout out to Yaleen coming in. All right, here we go. So we're going to the first video clip of the night. All right, Chud's DNA, Somalians, Cavemen, Chud the Builder's DNA exposed. Let's go. First video clip of the night. This news is fresh. This has just happened. Let's go. Stop share. Oh, I gotta let my brothers and sisters in the building. So present. Present. What I do? Oh, present, invite, guest, copy. Now I'm all big on the screen. Copied. Let me get myself from big on the screen. I don't like all that. All right. Let me put my links to my brothers and sisters. Bang. Bang. There you go. So they got a link. All right. Shalom Hakyama. Hakyama's in the building. All right. So she'll let anybody else that's going to come in the building. I think the elder probably going to come in the building. All right. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers. Let's go. First video clip of the night. Share screen. Bang. Yeah, y'all might have heard about this, right? Share screen. This is some funny stuff right here. All right. So shout out to Trust in God in the building. And like I said, I got something I'm gonna teach. We're gonna have some Bible script, we're gonna get some history, we're going to the government website, we're going to archaeological digs, we're going to the Bible, or we're gonna bring this stuff out. Somalians, Cavemen, Denisovans, Neanderthals, Chud the Builder's DNA, all that. It's going down. All right, let's go. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't to the video. I don't know. Somebody came in. Can you mute them, Hakim? All right, they muted. All right. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We react unless somebody wanted to say something. Was somebody trying to say something? All right. I don't think so. All right. Thank you, Ziana. All right. So copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Some of y'all might have heard. Some of y'all might not have heard. But y'all know the little he a butt plug too. Ray J. Y'all know Ray J. The Brandy's little brother. The little Ray J a mess. Ray J then got into the boxing ring. They got this whole celebrity thing where they be boxing and stuff. And let's see what happened. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. This is just the intro video to let more people come into the live stream, and we're gonna get to the Somalians and Chud. All right, let's go. Copyright disclaimers in effect. Ray J. This is what Ray J did.
This is hilarious. It was Super Hot Fire versus Ray J, but this wasn't boxing. This wasn't boxing.
Now, first of all, look, boy, I swear, people, Ray J out there with gut and all love handles. Ray J is a hot mess. Before, a minute ago, he was in the hospital acting like he was dead on his last breath, right? Now he in the celebrity boxing match, right? That these people be doing because they be trying to get paper, right? So, they got this whole video live stream. They call it a brand something, a brand, like you could destroy your brand, right? So Ray J, so they don't, if people know what happened, do not spill the beans, please. All right. If you know what happened, others don't know. Don't be the person that watches the movie and stands up and tells the end of the movie. All right. If you know what happened, we're going to enjoy the clips together, right? Like, I know what happened. I'm not going to tell people what happened. All right? So let's go. Now, they have these fights, right, that they do, right, to try, because they make millions on pay-per-view, right? They make a lot of money, okay? They can make hundreds of thousands up to millions, right? Because, the public, the world public loves crash outs, okay? Yeah, he's doing a perfect example of destroying his brand. I agree, Hayazak, 100%. So this Ray J, and he's going to box this dude, right? It's called brand something. All right, so anyway, so here we go.
Versus Ray J, but this wasn't boxing. This wasn't boxing. This was an opportunity for Ray J to show that he knows how to fight. Y'all know all that Ray J been talking back in the day. He had beef with Fabulous. He been talking. I thought Ray J had them hands.
Now he correct. Ray J talk mucho crap, right? This fighting thing is called brand risk. So they're risking their brand because they do it because all these celebrities. I would have loved that back in the days. I don't mind. Ain't nothing wrong with a good old fashioned, right? I'd rather you duke it out. I'd love to do that with some of these trolls. You know what I mean? I wish they would. I'd just sure enough would. Let's go. Troll number one, I line them up. I could take about 2 or 3, back to back. I ain't gonna get tired. You know what I mean? Because I'm a train for it. But I would love, that's what that was the back in the days where you fight and live to see another day. You see what I mean? We used to have to fight in the 80s when I grew up and stuff. You know what I mean? Fight. It wasn't no shooting, everybody off the rip. You know what I mean? That came later, about in the late 80s into the 90s when all the shooting, that came about with the crack. You know what I mean? Before they pumped the crack into the hood, the ghettos, we wasn't shooting each other. We was fighting. You had to fight. You heard? So, so everybody, they talk a good one, and Ray J talk mucho macho crap. So I guess this was his time to, come on, Victoria Ryan, you say we're going to tag team them trolls. I'll be like, yeah, let's go. Because people do, the world, the internet, these internet gangsters, they talk all the crap they want. And, they talk all the mucho mess. Right? And Ray J was one of them, right? Talking all this mess. So this is time to see, we're going to see what you got, Ray J.
I thought Ray J had them hands, but it turns out that Ray J cannot fight. Ray J and Super Hot Fire, they did an MMA style fight in the ring, and Ray J looked stupid. Check it out.
Dagestan. I know you're not from Dagestan, but like, Marab was here, right? Yeah. I had to say that on live so people know I'm like a fan.
You gotta come.
All right, guys, come on, lock down the fight.
Let's go. Ready?
Hey, don't blink. That's all I can say.
Yo, Ray J, he talk shit about Kim Kardashian.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
Oh, shit.
Wait, Ray J, wait, what?
Is that? What the is that? That's how he was on
Hold up, look how he got his hands. Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. Just give me 1 minute. As a man, to the sisters who might not know about fighting and boxing too much, because back in the days, we said you need a fair one, what we used to call it, right? No jumping, no nothing. Give me a heady. A heady means head up. Me and you, one-on-one. A fair one means nobody jumping, nothing. Fair one. You talking everything, give me a heady. A fair one. All right? That was the lingo back in the days. I don't know what they call it right now. All right? But anyway, the funny thing is, did y'all see his... All right, now, first of all, look.
He talk shit about Kim Kardashian.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
Oh, shit.
Wait, Ray J, wait, what?
Is that? What the
So he doing a lot of punching, but look where his hands is. His hand. All right, so let me explain, guys. When you punch, when you box, your hands are supposed to be by your face, right? And your arms tucked in so that you can guard and block any punch that comes, right? I'm doing a little 52, but that's some streets of New York City, right? But you guard and block, so your hands have to, so when you punch, right, your hand's supposed to come back, right to your face, right? And you're always supposed to leave something, right, covering in case they come with a, right, so you can block. And so if you see he's punching and his hands is all up here, so he's doing all this punching and his hands is up here. And so anyway, that part is just, as men who know how to fight, that is freaking hilarious. All right, so anyway, so look, so sisters, I want y'all to look where his hands are after he punched. They be way up on the top of his head. All right, you get yourself really knocked out like that. I mean, what I would do, probably a nice good fake and then an uppercut. Catch him right up under there because all this is open. You know what I mean? Because you can do a lot. You can do a overhand, well, not overhand, an underhand, right? You can do a left hook, right hook, because his hand's up the top of his head, but an uppercut would just silence him. But anyway, let's continue.
Don't blink. That's all I can say.
Yo, Ray J, he talk shit about Kim Kardashian.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
Oh, shit.
Wait, Ray J, wait, what?
Is that? What the is that? That's how he was on
Bro, what is he doing? What is Subafai doing?
best friends.
What is he doing?
He's running.
But why is he not throwing anything?
Super high five will
It's a game plan. It's a game plan.
What's the game plan? Not throwing any punches?
He's doing an LA Fitness technique.
Super? No.
No.
Hold on. Did y'all see him kick? So this is like an MMA type of thing where they can kick. Did you see Ray J kick? So what the announcers are saying, they're wondering what this other dude is doing because he's not punching back, right? Ray J just chased him around and, people got money on the other dude because he be fighting some of the celebrities, right? So he could fight a little bit, right? So the announcers is like, what is he doing? I forgot what his name is. Like, because Ray J just chasing him around. He not hitting him back. All right, let's continue. But did y'all see the kick? So the MMA kick, he tried to do a front kick. His leg didn't go off the ground.
What is he doing? What is Subafai?
That's how he was.
Bro, what is he doing? What is Subafai doing?
Best friends.
What is he doing?
He's running.
But why is he not throwing anything?
Super high five will
It's a game plan. It's a game plan.
What's the game plan? Not throwing any punches?
He's doing an LA Fitness technique.
Super? No.
No.
That kick was everything.
Bro, at this point, you can hear Aiden Ross in the background like, bro, why isn't Super Hot Fire throwing any punches? Why is Ray J looking like this? Now, I would be concerned because I would feel like, look, if I paid these guys to fight and they doing this nonsense, this would make me think that they trying to run a real play.
Remember when you were wrestling Shara and Laura had the phone?
Yeah.
That's exactly.
This is something.
Why is he on FaceTime in the
So
ring?
that was the first round. So what people are noticing is this Super Hot Fire dude, he didn't throw one punch the whole first round. Ray J just chased him around and did all that stuff, and he basically just ran from him. All right, this is the second round.
What the is going on?
Now he's gonna knock him out.
You think so?
Yeah, it was a game.
Armin, I got fire. Who you got?
I got the
last.
Oh, he's. Oh, okay. There it is. Oh, there it is.
Oh shit.
Okay. So he was just talking. Okay. Oh, wow.
He was playing. I told you.
I think he's doing this for like trap.
Oh!
Felt it.
He's doing this for like trap.
Felt it. I felt it.
I got the
last.
So that one was kind of blurry, but I gave y'all a clearer clip and another angle. All right. Now, this really happened. All right. Now, Ray J got a huge knot on his forehead. Watch this.
I got
the last. Oh, he's. Oh, okay. There it is. Oh, there it is.
Oh shit.
Okay.
All right, you want me to
So he was fucking around.
Right, left.
Okay. So he was just talking. Okay. Oh, wow.
he was playing. I told you.
I think he's doing this for like trap.
Oh!
Felt it. I felt it.
Right there, he knocked him out. He out right here on his feet. See his eyes right there? He already out. Now, what this dude did, he let him chase him around and punch him the whole first round. Then the second round, he came out. He knocked him out right there. When he punched him right there, you can see his eyes. Head snapping, everything. See, that's when all that drugs, all the liquor, all that turn up, all that sin and transgression, that's when all that ego, that's when all that comes to fruition. Okay? He done got the ring, and let's continue.
Come back and fight again. Hey, Nino, come back and fight again. Don't hit my nigga like that, though. No. Be good. Hey, be good. Be good.
Now this is the opening clip for tonight. I'm showing this because it's current news just to get a laugh as people come in the building. We're going to get to the Chud and the Somalians in a second. Look at what happened. Watch this. Shout out to Sister Kelly in the building.
Hey, Silver. Hey.
What the just happened?
Bro. What the bro?
You talked all that tough. Yeah, hold on, don't talk to him. You don't deserve to talk to him. What the was that? You done got a good ass haircut and then came here and got stunned.
Yo, I thought we had a plan.
What the you just say? Hot, super hot.
Hold on. He snatched the mic from him. He started. Yo, Ray J took the mic. He went and snatched the mic out of his hand. Now, let me explain something. Ray J said, everybody listen clearly. Ray J said, I thought we had a plan. Now, let me tell y'all what really happened. Ray J then went in there. They must have paid this man so he can throw the fight and make Ray J look like he can fight and beat him up. Shout out to Swift and Merson. Listen, Ray J done paid this man. He said, I thought we had a plan. Now, yo, that let me tell y'all something about getting knocked with some sense. Getting knocked into wake-up callville land. That boy done knocked Ray J into Truthville. Ray J said, I thought we had a plan. Boy, you can't say that in the ring. You throwing a fight, bro. They got laws about that. You know the feds be watching everything. The feds sitting there taking notes. He just said that they was planning because you know people pay money to see fights. Y'all got to understand. Listen clearly. They have to pass regulations to have these fights, right? And these are millions of dollars in pay-per-view and stuff. So you can't throw a fight. Come on, that's illegal. The feds are sitting there like, that fool. Yo, Swift, he done knocked that boy into Truthville. That boy said, I thought we had a plan. And he walked away with the mic and homie snatched the mic. He went and snatched the mic back. Hold on, let me let it play a little bit.
What the just happened?
Bro. What the bro?
You talked all that tough. Yeah, hold on, don't talk to him. You don't deserve to talk to him. What the was that? You done got a good ass haircut and then came in and got stunned.
Yo, I thought we had a plan.
What the you just say? Hot, super hot. Come here. Come on.
Like a bro. Damn, bro. Like that? For real, my that's janky as
Say what you gotta say, man.
I don't want to say too much because I don't want to get nobody in trouble, but damn, my
you already getting yourself in trouble. The feds watching everything. Do you see what he just said? He just said, "Tag my nigga." That's janky. I can't believe. He like, we had a plan. Oh yeah, he had it rigged. Oh, Ray J wanted to look like which he wouldn't have looked like anyway. If the plan would have went the way it was supposed to go, and the dude faked like Ray J knocked him out, nobody would have believed that. The boy was throwing like this. The boy hands was up here. Ray J fight like, you know how you sleep and you fight in your sleep? He fight like somebody sleepwalking or something. I'm like, boy, the boy, and then he's still stunned, right? He got a nice shiner on his forehead, okay? And he knocked him out, so he's still stunned. But he like, this ain't the way it was supposed to go. This wasn't the plan. All right, so anyway, I'm like this. I had to show this tonight. This just makes me laugh. I'm sorry. I'm just, especially these celebrities, bro. These celebrities ain't nothing but devils, man. I'm like, good. They need to do more of this. Knock them on their butt. Knock some righteousness into their head. Okay. Shout out to Seneca in the building. All right. All right. Let's continue. And this just, we can enjoy what's going on, right? We need to know what's going on in the world, stay abreast, but this is just a laugh. We're going to get to the meat of the lesson after this clip. All right, let's go.
like that?
Hot, super hot. Come here. Come on.
Like a bro. Damn, bro. Like that? For real, my
You're like, for real? He's talking. Listen, guys, he's talking to the other fighter. You can't, let me tell you, when you're in a boxing match, you can't talk to the other fighter like y'all had a plan. He's like, for real? You gonna do me like that? That boy said, sugar, whatever, he must have said, forget all that money. Forget whatever I'm about to get. I'm about to go viral. I'm I'm about to two-piece you. Since you think it's a game, I'm about to two-piece you, and I'm gonna go viral off that, right? So anyway, let's continue. Ray J said, "That's how you get down. It's like that." We had a plan.
For real, my. That's janky as.
Say what you gotta say, man.
I don't want to say too much because I don't want to get nobody in trouble. But damn, my. We took a L tonight.
No, we didn't take. Your ass was over here. You want me to show you what you did? Where was y'all at? You were somewhere around this rain bed sign, and he took one punch. Hey, what? Ray J, this is professional, man. You can't just do it the.
I gotta talk to the nigga about.
Y'all talk backstage. I ain't even gonna.
Hold on. This is the funniest stuff in the world. I love stupid stuff like this. Ray J is so pissed. He's chasing the man around the ring. The dude is like, Ray J, this is professional. You can't chase him around. Ray J said, I want to talk to you. You know, I'm sorry, for those who've been in fights or know how to fight, you know how when you fight and you beat up somebody, I'm sorry, but this, and they say, let me talk to you for a minute. Let me talk to you. Can I talk to you? You know, I want to talk to you. Like, no, the talking is over. And nobody want to talk now. Ray J chasing him around the ring. He want to talk. He want to have a discussion. Why did you do that? We had a plan. He said, you messed up. He said, we took a look. The announcer said, ain't no we. We didn't get knocked out. You did. But Ray J is stunned. He like, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you stick to the plan? So he chasing the man around the ring. And you see the boy keep running from him all around the ring. This is I'm sorry. Could I just laugh? I do a lot of ministry. I like to laugh too. All right. And sometimes you got to laugh in this dark second world. You understand? As we strive to be righteous in this dark world, sometimes you just got a good laugh. Okay. Yeah. Now he wee salutate. Now he French. That knockout punch will make you French in a minute. He talk about some wee. You know. But this announcer dude is funny too. This announcer dude is funny. Hold on, let me put the announcer dude back one more time. All right.
Trouble, but damn, my. We took a L tonight.
No, we didn't take. Your ass was over here. You want me to show you what you did? Where was y'all at? You were somewhere around this rain bed sign, and he took one punch. Hey, what? Ray J, this is professional, man. You can't just do it the.
I gotta talk to the nigga about.
Y'all talk backstage. I ain't even gonna interview y'all. Super, come here. Super.
Money we lost.
We didn't think you was gonna win. So how y'all lost money?
Wow.
Because he had it set up and rigged. Ray J is so stupid. He like, you know how much money we lost? He looking at the dude. He like, I can't believe he had it. So I guess Ray J, you know what I think Ray J did? He might, I don't know. You know, these serpents, they don't even, if everything was legal, he would be getting charged. You know why? You know what I think he did? I think he bet money that he would win because he rigged the fight with the other dude. Everybody. So he lost. That's why he's saying we lost so much money. He probably put up $1 million on the win, and everybody was betting on the other dude to win, right? That's why even the announcer said, well, how we lose money? We never thought you was going to win, right? So ain't nobody else bet on Ray J. So Ray J was stacking the books, right? That's illegal because this is a live stream fights, okay? That's illegal. This wasn't no private thing, all right? Now, this fool literally that's why he's so pissed, because he probably lost a lot of money. He thought he was going to win because he rigged the fight to win. And that's why he's chasing him around like, what did you do? Now, what Super Hot, whatever his name is, Super Lover Hot Man, what he probably did was said, he probably said, well, since Ray J think I'm about to throw the fight, he probably had his girl or somebody put money on him winning. You understand? I would have put the whole house, excuse me, take out a second mortgage, sell the car. You know, that's a payday. Because you know what? If you training, and I know if I got in the ring with Ray J, oh, he ain't gonna beat me no matter what. He gonna need a gun in the ring to beat me. So that's a guaranteed payday. I would have told everybody I know, excuse me, can you, I would took out a loan, you know, credit cards, you know, cashing out everything. I'm a putting the whole, everything I got on me to win. And it's crazy because if Ray J think that he rigged it and you know you're not going to throw it, oh, that's crazy. Yeah, this boy, and that's why he crazy running around chasing him around the ring. He can't believe what he just did, but that's illegal. All right, he should have the boys should be knocking at his door soon for that mess right here, and he telling it all on TV.
I ain't gonna interview y'all. Super backstage. I ain't even, man. You can't.
Ray J said, I need to talk to him for a minute. It's too late, Ray J. You lost. The fight is over. The bookie got the money. Ain't no need to talk.
Do with the.
I gotta talk to the nigga about.
Y'all talk backstage. I ain't even gonna interview y'all. Super, come here. Super.
Money we lost.
We didn't think you was gonna win. So how y'all lost money?
Wow.
Hey, I ain't gonna. That's a good method though. If I got my ass knocked out, I'd be like, you up. Look at that.
I can't see it, man.
You got one of them cartoon lumps. You know when I love you, dog. Well, Super Hot will holler at you.
He said, I love you, dog. He sounded like Mike Epps right there when he said that. He said, you got one of them cartoon lumps. He said, I love you, dog. Yo, my goodness, this is just too funny for me, I swear. I love to these celebrities get this stuff back to them because y'all know they wicked as all outdoors, right?
I ain't even gonna interview y'all. Super, come here. Super.
Money we lost.
We didn't think you was gonna win. So how y'all lost money?
Wow.
Hey, I ain't gonna. That's a good method though. If I got my ass knocked out, I'd be like, you up. Look at that.
I can't see it, man.
You got one of them cartoon lumps. You know when I love you, dog. Well, Super Hot will holler at you. That lump, like, Lord have mercy.
Thank you. Whose man is this? Brandy, whose son is this? Whose brother is this? Somebody come get Ray J then got knocked out, everybody. All right. Now we're gonna get to the next video. I just want to see the knockout one time because Ray J is a nasty mess. Here we go. Here it comes. I'm sorry, but right there, his eyes is like he's seeing all type of rainbows, blue diamonds, yellow clovers, and green diamonds. I don't know. He's seen all kind of Lucky Charms. He like this, and that head shot. I don't know how his head got swole. It looked like he hit him in the eyes. So, but anyway, wow. And the crazy thing is they don't got like boxing gloves, right? This is that's what's interesting. Unless these are some new type of boxing gloves, those look almost bare knuckle. Like it looks like they're like don't got much cushion in it, right? And that's way dangerous. That's practically bare knuckle, unless those some new type of gloves. All right, I've never seen those type before. But anyway, all right, Ray J lost his money. He should. Oh, the MMA gloves. Oh, okay, thank you, Saudi Tate. All right, yeah, and that MMA stuff is closer to bare knuckle. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, those look close like bare knuckle, bro. So he feeling all that. He felt knuckle gain. That's why his head swole up. That's why that knot like there on his head. Yeah, he done saw Lucky Charms, blue diamonds, and I forgot how it go. Yellow hearts and blue diamonds and all that. All right, thank you, guys. that's the MMA thing, and that's closer to it's closer to bare knuckle. That makes sense because I'm like, what kind of the main boxing glove? I forgot. That's why he tried to kick. Did y'all see his kick? Oh my goodness, Ray J. That I needed that. I needed that tonight. So for everybody else who didn't see it or didn't know, you're very welcome. And for those who needed a little laugh for today because your day might have been rough, you know what I mean? You're very welcome. All right, let's go. Let's get to the
Excuse me?
title. Oh, go ahead, Hakim.
Did you want the question from that other question about, I think, not Sukkot, the Feast of Weeks?
No, we'll do it after. We'll do it when we get into the study. It was a question about it. What was somebody asked the question? Oh, you mean Yeshara La? It's the holy day. So we'll do it once we get into the study. We'll do it once we get into the study. All right. So now, shout out to Angie over on Facebook. All right, where we at? 78 on the live stream. All right. Now we're about to get into getting closer to 100. Now we're going to get into, Pentecost. We're getting into were the Somalians cavemen and Chud the Builder's DNA exposed. All right. Yeah. And I was supposed to grab Yashala Yah's text. I'll do it. She wrote it somewhere. Oh, she texted me. All right. So we'll get into it's a holy day. All right, everybody. Peace and blessings. All right. And it's a high holy day. It's Shabbat. It's two Shabbats on one Sabbaths. All right. All right. So we'll get to that once we get into the lesson. All right. Were the Somalians cavemen and Chud the Builder's DNA exposed? All right, let's go. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. Let's go. Let's get into it. We're going to start with Chud the Builder. After we go from Chud and then we're going to get to the Somalians and this DNA and caveman stuff going on. All right. Well, the Somalians cavemen, is that why they got the cranials look kind of crazy? Is that why they got 9 heads? Right? Do that got something to do with cavemen? All right. Let's continue. Looking real Denisovanish or the Neanderthalish. All right. So copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. Let's go. Chud the Builder. Share this tab instead. Let go.
Chud the Builder. When it comes to his situation, it is way deeper than the multimedia news is perceiving it to be, because everything that takes place in the physical world happens spiritual first. Now, Chud the Builder, he made his way to fame by antagonizing black people. After I seen some of his videos, I did some independent research. Now, when you break down the etymology of his name, it means ignorant, buffoon, unintelligent. But it gets worse. Just wait. And
hold on. The brother going fast. That sound like one of them deep brothers. I like those deep brothers. He sound like one of them brothers. What's that name? Damon Wayans in the the equilibrium of the equilibrium is a equilibrium. Do you overstand? Right? He sound like one of those overstanding brothers, right? But shout out to the deep brothers, you know what I mean? A good young brother, seem like he got some intelligence. I'll take that all day, because these other brothers with the pants sagging, they can't even talk. They be like, oh, folk, yeah, folk. I don't even know what they be speaking. But this brother dropping some stuff. So he said, Chud, the etymology of the name Chud, hold on, in modern slang, Chud is a derogatory term for someone, usually a man, who is boorish, unintelligent, or holds regressive, reactionary, or right-wing political view. That is, are you serious? All that comes up with Chud? Right-wing political views. It functions much like insults, such as jerk, loser, or troll. So to call someone a Chud is like calling them a troll, a loser, a jerk. But that's crazy that it says they have right-wing political views. That must be a new type of terminology, a new slang. Chud, I didn't know Chud was that deep. The origins and evolution The movie. Yep, I remember that movie, Chud. The term originally comes from the 1984 sci-fi movie Chud, which stood for cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers. In the film, these were mutated, grotesque monsters living in the sewers. Oh boy, here we go. Rabbit hole time. Rabbit hole, rabbit hole. Chud underground. Now y'all know they doing all the aliens and the reptilians. So there you go. He got Chud the Builder, reptilians, prison, Freemasons. Oh, this little young whippersnapper, he done came up with a few things. Chud means unintelligent and holds regressive, reactionary, or right-wing political views and functions like an insult. And the term came from the movie, which stood for cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers. Okay, underground dwellers. Okay, dwellers. Oh, hold on, hold on, quick cave dwellers, underground, caveman, Chud is a regressive, boorish caveman. Is there some caveman stuff? Hold on. This crazy. All right, so anyway, let's let the young brother drop it. You know, he said the equilibrium of the equilibrium. Do you understand? I'm overstanding what the young brother dropping. All right, come on, let's keep dropping it, young dude. Let's go. He said, Chud, that's crazy work, but let's continue.
When you break down the etymology of his name, it means ignorant, buffoon, unintelligent. But it gets worse. Just wait. In 1984, there was a movie called Chud that came out, which stood for cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers, who are basically the embodiments of draconian reptilians. Now, when you get into connotative linguistics, when you study the diagram.
Oh, that boy, somebody told that boy, when you get into connotative linguistics, go ahead, boy. They kill me when they be dropping that deep stuff, but go ahead, boy. Hold on. He said the Chud is the mutant reptilian. What in the world? Hold on.
The embodiments of draconian
it's basically the embodiments of draconian reptilians. Okay, so let's continue.
Reptilians. Now, when you get into connotative linguistics, when you study the digraphs of certain words, the word Chud is equated to the Chitahari that Credo Mutawa talked about, who was a Zulu shaman. When you look at
hold on, he said Creetawari. Don't y'all follow that Creetawari dude? He's a Zulu African shaman. Shamans are the witch doctors, sorcerers. Don't follow that stuff. All right. So anyway, he just dropped a whole nother mouthful. He just said Krita Matawi talked about him. The word Chud is equated to Chitahari, right? Chitawari. Hold on. I screenshotted this. Let's look at this image right here. Stop share. Y'all know, I got you. I screenshotted it. Well, I don't see it. There you go, right there. Come on back. Y'all know, I got you. Share screen. Window. Y'all know I can get Folio. I like when we do rabbit hole stuff. I just like the Folio stuff. I like rabbit holes. Rabbit holes are fun. All right. So here go the image. Chud. Hold on. Let's do it for us regular smegglers, right? Because you know he deep, right? So let's slow it down for us regular smegglers. Chud equals Chitari, right? And that equals reptilian. Chud, half draconian hybrid. Chitari, an alien warrior race from Marvel. Oh, from the Marvel comics, because I ain't never heard of no Chitari. So from Marvel, okay. So Chud equals Chitari, and then equals reptilian. The reptilians are ancient archetype of the Serpent Kings. I know who the reptilians is, the Serpent Seas. They're here, shape-shifting and everything. The connection. Okay, let's do it. What's the connection? The term Chud is a derogatory slur used to describe the brutish, dehumanized warriors. It mirrors the Chutari of Marvel, a reptilian a reptilian hive-minded force of conquest. This reflects an ancient truth. Civilizations have long recognized the reptilian archetype of the mask of tyranny. Yeah, I know that's right, because that ain't nothing but the fallen angel, the Anunnaki. Yeah. That's true. You know what I'm saying? They put it all in the movies. I get it. I'm picking up the physical traits of the Chud. Half draconian, partial scales along the face, neck, and shoulder. Yeah, that's what they call it. They shapeshift. They got the eyes with the slit, the reptilian eyes, horn or crest development. They start to develop horns, enhanced strength and resilience, heightened senses and predatory instincts, dual heritage, half human, half draconian, half reptilian, serpent seed. Okay, so Chud, okay, well, I just wanted to see, because he's going all fast. You know, we got to slow it down for the people in the back of the room, for us regular smuggler folks. Chud Eagle Chitari. All right, now let's get back to the deep, brother. All right, stop share. Let's get on back to the deep, brother. Share screen. All right. I tell you, it's going to be a little fun tonight. I like stuff like this. I like rabbit holes. All right, here we go.
Diagraphs of certain words, the word Chud. Now, when you get into connotative linguistics, when you study the diagraphs of certain words, the word Chud is equated to the Chitahari that Credo Mutawa talked about, who was a Zulu shaman. When you look at the nomenclature title for the word Chud the Builder, it's equated to Freemasonic magic.
Boy, stop showing off. He ain't doing nothing but that Paul. That's what Shia Paul in the Bible used to do all the time. Paul, just speak regular and stop all that foolishness. That boy would just speak to the Chapatahari and the top of the nomenclature of the reputation of the reputation of the reputation of the doubleation of the complication for the emancipation of the proclamation of the. I mean, come on, bro. But anyway, you know, people love that. You should see the comment section. They were loving that. They said, "Oh, the brother is so deep." Oh, but anyway, let me stop. I'd rather him be deep and linguistic and cognitive intelligence, have a higher level of attaining, of understanding of history or anything, right? Of culture, of grammar, right? Than be an ignorant smoking drugs and, have his pants sag and talking about, yo, what up, folk? Right? Be a 60-year-old gangbang. I'd rather him be intelligent and go on and say the nomenclature of the architecture. But anyway, let me continue. That boy ain't doing nothing but showing off. Boy, he ain't doing nothing but showing off. All right, let's continue.
Who was a Zulu shaman. Credo Mooters, the word to connotative linguistics.
All right, let me put it back just a little bit. I'm gonna let him go.
Now, when you get into connotative linguistics, when you study the diagraphs of certain words, the word Chud is equated to the Chitahari that Credo Mutawa talked about, who was a Zulu shaman. When you look at the nomenclature title for the word Chud the Builder, it's equated to Freemasonic magic, because a builder is an architect, which is connected to that blueprint in the script of Freemasonry, because that's why he's being used as a catalyst to cause chaos. He's causing chaos for the Chitahari, the Chuds, who are the Draconian reptilian.
Hold on, buddy. You're going so fast. So Chud, they got Chud and then the builder with the Masonic, right? That's the what's the name? The Masonic, what they call the thing again? The tool that they use, the builders tool, 'cause that's what the Masonic thing is. That's what I forgot what it's called now. Somebody will write it in the chat, right? So he says, so Chud's name, right? That's thing right here. That's the Mason's tool. The what's the name? Y'all know what it is. The thing we used to use in school. I forgot the name of it. Somebody said it. All right. So, all right, the compass. Thank you. And all right, now, compass in the square. All right, here we go.
Word Chud the Builder is equated to Freemasonic magic, because a builder is an architect, which is connected to that blueprint in the script of Freemasonry.
So his name, Chud the Builder. Now, I don't think Chud, he don't look like he's smart enough. I'm just being honest. I know all the deep, right? The hookalekawoo of the heckalekawoo, right? But Chud don't look like he's smart enough unless they gave him that name, right? Unless the powers that be, the serpent seas, came to him and say, listen, we about to use you, which people are theorizing now, right? Because it's looking real suspect, okay? It is. It's We'll get to it. We got some stuff coming out, right? It's gonna be pretty dope, right? So it's looking real crazy. So it does look like there are hands behind all the stuff he was doing because of how he came out of nowhere and just blew up like that. So there's some sneaky stuff going behind the scenes. So if they came to him and said, this is what you're going to do, this is what your name going to be, that would make more sense than Chud coming up with this, because Chud don't know the equilibrium of the hakalabium. He don't know none of that. I can tell you, I done watched quite a few stuff of him. I know some of his history. He don't know none of that. All right? All right, but anyway, let's continue.
Builder is an architect.
So if the system used them, the reptilians, the serpent seed powers that be, then yes, yep, Charlie energy, that is what it's giving me too, yep. All that will be, because they use people when people don't even know they're being used. That's a whole thing. So the serpent seed and the system, or whatever you want to call it, they'll use people and the people won't even really even know that they're being used. That's really one of the greatest devices they got, is to use the ignorance of people to control. That's their greatest devices. All right, let's continue.
Chud the Builder is when you look at the nomenclature title for the word Chud the Builder, it's equated to Freemasonic magic, because a builder is an architect, which is connected to that blueprint in the script of Freemasonry, because that's why he's being used as a catalyst to cause chaos. He's causing chaos for the Chitahari, the Chuds, who are the Draconian reptilian, because they feed off the emotional energy of Black people. Now, he's currently facing 25 years, and he also has a $1.25 million bond.
What's up, y'all? Lily Venus here, pretty with a big, it's literally in my bio.
All right, for those who didn't know, some of y'all don't even know who Chud is. I had this when it first dropped, but it is what it is. Sometimes I got stuff to teach. I ain't got to do current stuff. If I do, plus basically put out in the video, some of the stuff will probably get through a lot of the shadow ban. So most people that might not know, but most people know now, Chud, this is Chud. This picture down here, that's also Chud. Let me explain. With the fairy dress on, oh yeah, Chud likes to be butt plugged. Now, only reason why I know what butt plugged is and pegged is because of that Israelite dude, wasn't it Gorilla Hebrew? When he got exposed, the Israelite dude with all the people following him, and he and his wife exposed them, that they like to get butt plugged, some pegging, something they do in the, I don't know what it is, and everybody told me do not Google it, so I have never Googled it, right? The youth, when we did that, because I didn't know what it was, I had never heard of a peg a day in my life. I don't know nothing about that stuff, right? So when it came out with that Gorilla Hebrew dude, that Israelite dude, I was like, well, let me Google peg, and everybody in the youth in the ministry, no, don't do that. Shout out for everybody who take care of the elders. I'm an elder, right? So I don't know. I'm like, they like, you don't want to Google that. You'll see something you can't get out your mind. I'm like, whoa, I'm like, thank y'all for warning me. So I have no idea to this day. That's been a while ago. Okay, there you go. Haki, I'm gonna put the video on the screen. You want to see it? It's a dope video too. You'll enjoy it. All right. So he was getting pegged, and they got like pegging kits. And I don't know, kits that I don't know what it is. It's nasty. But apparently everybody says it's really nasty, but it's something that they doing in the booty. Thank you. I didn't. It's been a year now. I still ain't never Googled it. I'm good. Less is more. I don't need to know all. I'm just thankful the youth told me not to do it, because I was about to do it live because we was teaching it. I'm like, I don't know because people in the comments like, yeah, peg. I'm like, what is a peg? Because I'm older. We ain't have that stuff back in the days. I don't know. So anyway. So they have kits, right, and whatever. So this woman, she's a professional pegger. So she pegged Chud the Builder. Now Chud the Builder, his reputation was that he hate Black people, right? But the people came out and said, Chud, that's a lie. So this is where it's looking real psyop-ish, right? Because look right here. Let me show you. Watch this. Watch this. Y'all know I got you. I got you. Y'all know I got you. I got you. Stop share. Share screen. Window. I got you. So I had to take a screenshot of the image. First of all, this is Chud. Look at look at Chud. And he got Bob Marley on the wall in the back. So how he run around? He hated, all right? He just, so no. And then a lot of the blacks said, no, Chud was cool. Chud loved hip hop, Chud, Now something went down where he did something, but it's looking real psyopish. Chud got many masks, but Chud got the dress on. Look at Chud. He even, you know how they lift in the dress? Chud is a fairy in the thing. Now, this woman, y'all be very careful. Okay. So hold on. Let me come back to that. Let's get back. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I'm gonna come back to that. Let's get back to the video. Right? So she came out because Chud then said something about her or something. And so she said she's a professional. And she said on her site, she's a chick with a big, a chick with a big DICK, right? I don't know what that means. I guess she gonna say she professionally smashes men. That's a whole nasty. See,
Look at her shirt.
Let me get the, hold on. Let me hold your horses. That's why I said with the other, I said, hold on, let me not get ahead of myself. All right, let us walk it on in, Hakim. We walking it on in. All right, let's continue. Now she came out. Now she's going viral. So she's on all type of talk shows and she's doing all type of stuff now. All right, here it goes. Yeah, she wears strap-ons and she plugs them and she do all type of violations of the cavity, to the men, right? And she's a professional.
$1 million bond.
What's up, y'all? Lily Venus here. Pretty with big. It's literally in my bio. I'm only bringing this up because Chud the Builder's cameraman put our conversation on Broadway on YouTube. Now millions of people know what I look like fresh off work. Great. But in the caption, it said that Black woman who used to smoke mid and get raw dogged by Chud the Builder. Well, he's not lying. I already told y'all we used to smoke. He used to sell me weed. And we did raw dog. A lot. Me, him, and my ex-wife. I am a professional pegger. It is no secret that I perform prostate massages, if you will, for men. I've been doing it for a very long time now. Most of my clientele is white men. We sign NDA agreements. I talk about me pegging all the time, but I never tell you names because discretion is key. Confidentiality is why my client list is so long. But
hold on, TMI too fast. Hold on. I gotta stop the presses. She just said a whole generation full of information in 5 seconds. She said, I am a pretty chick with a big, I am a professional butt plugger. She raw dog Chuck plenty times, her and her wife. It was so much in there. I'm gonna put it back. Everybody, Chug was the plug, meaning Chug was the weed man for the hood, wherever they're from. So a lot of blacks were surprised what he was doing. That's why I don't know if they MK Ultra'd him or psyoped him or something they did with Chud. Oh, they done did something. That's why he ain't even smart enough to name himself the equilibrium of the equilibrium of the equilibrium of the draconian dithium. Chud smoking. Chud had the good. They said he had that good too. All the blacks in their neighborhood, Chud was the weed man. Okay? And he was the weed man. He had nothing but black friends, homeboys, right? And he ride around listening to hip hop. And now they done made him into Mr. Racist Man or something. I don't know how they did that, but anyway. But then it comes out, so the cameraman exposed her and made her just say, okay, she gonna expose it all. Now, first of all, her shirt got the Baphomet. That's the Baphomet in there. And it says, hail the Baphomet. Okay? So that's be the sorcery, witchcraft, the rectum, the cavity, the transgression, the great abomination of the darkness. All right. So now you got so many dynamics going on. Boy, the world is a stage that we living in a literally day worse than the days of Noah play in this days and times that's playing out. Okay. So anyway, I'm gonna put her back again. Right. So look at her. She got hell, the Baphomet on her shirt. Right. And that's intentional where she got it to show. Right. But anyway, y'all better be careful out there. Right. These witches and warlocks and everything, they come of every race, color, creed, nation. She says she a professional. Let's go. Let me go back and see. Look at her shirt. All right, let's go back again. All right.
I'm only bringing this up because Chud the Builder's cameraman put our conversation on Broadway on YouTube. Now, millions of people know what I look like fresh off work. Great. But in the caption, it said that Black woman who used to smoke mid and get raw dogged by Chud the Builder. Well, he's not lying. I already told y'all we used to smoke. He used to sell me weed. And we did raw dog. A lot. Me, him, and my ex-wife. I am a professional pegger. It is no secret that I perform prostate massages, if you will, for men. I've been doing it for a very long time now. Most of my clientele is white men. We sign NDA agreements. I talk about me pegging all the time, but I never tell you names because discretion is key. Confidentiality is why my client list is so long. But Chud mentioned it first. I think that he said it the way he said it because the white supremacists were probably like, ew, you used to hang out with a black girl, shame on you. So they had to make it sound good. But see, here's the thing. Now
everybody, y'all be careful out there because you don't know what these people be into. All right. So you sisters who not following the laws of the Most High and you're still in the world and, you know, still dating and stuff. And bro, y'all be very, very careful. Okay. Because a lot of these sisters and men, they be into all type of fallen angel, witchcraft, sorcery, men with men, women with women, anal cavity, butt plugs and crap, and you thinking you got a regular person. You understand? No, she ain't confused. She just possessed, Amy. She ain't confused. These people are serving the devil. She is definitely not confused. She is clear on what she's doing and serving. And she's making a lot of money, and she's fulfilling all her little desires. All right? She ain't confused. She's clear. All right. Now, yeah, she's in covenant. That's the word, Hakiyama. So you gotta, when y'all, you gotta discern people's energy and spirits, right? Right. She's dead. She's a witch. They big. I was gonna do it. I'm gonna do it in a way because there's certain things I can't mess with in the spirit realm because the Father gives warnings of certain things. But there's Israelite witches too, right? That's a great, they got the Christian witches, Israelite witches, and they have they big. They growing all over YouTube. Okay. So she blowing up now. She's on all these big channels. You know what I mean? And so that means her client list is probably growing like crazy, right? So my point is that everybody be very careful who you're dating and who you're messing with because you don't know what these people that's why you got to get right with the Most High and take things scripturally according to the Most High, not religion, relationship with the Creator, and let him guide you and do all things, all right, in righteousness, and it'll protect you from this type of stuff. All right, so anyway, and because a lot of because she's on the other, what you call them, these other platforms, hair all back in a ponytail like a pretty girl, you know what I mean? And so these dudes is, dudes, they get caught up just how a person looks. The devil's a lie. Hasatan was a pretty boy. You heard? The devil is a pretty boy. All right, let's continue.
Ew, used to hang out with a black girl. I think that he said it the way he said it because...
I know what you mean, though, Amy. But yeah, she ain't confused. She know exactly who she's serving. It's intentional.
confidential. Doing it for a very long time now. Most of my clientele is white men. We sign NDA agreements. I talk about me pegging all the time, but I never tell you names because discretion is key. Confidentiality is why my client list is so long. But Chud mentioned it first. I think that he said it the way he said it because the white supremacists were probably like, ew, you used to hang out with a black girl, shame on you. So he had to make it sound good. But see, here's the thing. I have not Dalton since like 2015. He was a little chubbier then. His cheeks used to clap in such like the cutest way. Now Chud, he doesn't even have a little chubby butt no more. So I probably wouldn't f him again. But I'm wondering, did you bring that up because you want to spin the block? Now, when I first met him, he was a virgin. And I'm having a hunch that he probably hasn't been since me and my ex-wife.
Let's do a on. She just did so much. She just said when she first did the thing, pegged him, he was a virgin, and all this, and they were raw dogging, and you see, she just free with it, right? That's how they are. They just they're one with it. That's what they do, right? This is how it's been all through history, serving hospitality. Yeah, shameless at all. It's their reality. You know what I mean? This is what she does. And she says her client list is so big because she signs NDAs and she never exposes them. But she says she talks about it all the time on her channel and all that type of stuff, right? This is crazy. Yeah. So here we go. So look at the shirt. All right. So now let me get back to it. Let's look at the shirt. That's why I told you, Hakiyama. That's why I said, hold on. You know I'm going to go there. Let's look at this shirt. All right. Here we go. Where is it? It's, I got to click it. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Click it. Where is it? I lost it. Oh, crapola. All right. I found you. Go back to screenshots. Scroll down. Where is it? I find you. Where are you? There you go. Double click. There we go. Now come back to y'all. All right. Bang. And I should show up. There you go. Shit. All right. So, all right, Hakiyama, here we go. I know you just caught it. I was like, nah. Now, so what I did when I took the screenshot of the shirt, I caught it when she had it open because I wanted to see the full shirt. Oh, look at the shirt. First of all, it says Hail. That's the Baphomet, Satan. And it got, what is going on? He got a book. He's reading a book. He got a woman on that side, a woman on that side, 4 women, probably doing something with the 4 corners, naked, whatever. Hail, Satan, hail the Baphomet. Yeah, these witches. Yeah, proud of it. They won with it, Amy. That's how you got to discern and know. This world is so dark, and there's so much people who don't serve the Most High, but serve darkness. Yeah, rituals. And look at Chud with his fairy. She said he was a virgin when she first did that to him. And wow. Yep, sex magic. That is what they call it. And it's so much sorcery and it's ancient. All right? All right, let's go. Now, we got more. And then we about to learn some things. We about to expose some things tonight. All right. Yeah, turn them right on out. And then they got this fool running around acting talking about he hate black people and all that. And you don't hate her. Chud the plug. Yeah, that's Chud. That's a young Chud right there. That's crazy work. All right. So I think it is. I don't know. But they put this together in the thing. All right. Now let's go. All right, stop share. Let's get back. Share screen. Go ahead, Akiyama. You wanted to say something about the shirt? That's why I said, hold on. I'm gonna get back to it. You want to bring something out about it, or you good, money?
Go ahead. I want to listen to what you have to say.
All right. Share. All right, let's continue.
He doesn't even have a little chubby butt no more, so I probably wouldn't f him again. But I'm wondering, did you bring that up because you want to spin the block? Now, when I first him, he was a virgin. And I'm having a hunch that he probably hasn't been since me and my ex-wife.
Let's do a quick recap because we got an update on the white supremacists who stormed Chud's bond hearing, made a scene, and got put in jail as well.
Crime, a controversial.
Now, this dude right here is that dude, Jake Lang. We actually did a clip on him with the whole Muslim Somalian things. He was in one of the clips where they was protesting, right? He was exposing them. But he's also racist against blacks. So you got a lot of these people that support Chud. So, which honestly, it's nothing to support because all he was doing was trolling black people to, spewing hate and all that stuff, whatever. So this dude, Jake Lang, come out. I think he got millions of subscribers and he in the courtroom to support, right? You got those people supporting. He has the freedom. He has the right, I guess, to call black people us iggers in public, and he's the freedom and the right to do. Well, you got a right to do whatever you want, but there's consequences and repercussions for things. You understand? And all right, so anyway, so this dude went into the courtroom, a big YouTuber, Jake Lang, to support and got himself locked up. You understand? So I don't know what's going on with this judge. I don't know. I don't know if it's the Most High doing it with this judge or if it's the powers that be making this judge do what he's doing, or if the judge himself is just a righteous man and a man who ain't tolerating this bull crap. But this judge is not having this stuff that they're doing. That's why he gave Chud that $1 million bail. Now I don't, like I said, I don't know if it's what that dude called the underground dwellers of the draconian reptilian of the circumcision of the Nickies. I don't know if it's them or I don't know what, but respect, if it is the judge, all due respect to actual people who actually care about morality and decency. You understand? So the judge ain't having it in this courtroom with all that. That's why I don't know. That's why I say I don't know. Maybe the Most High working through that judge, right? Because, the Father, y'all do things too. So we don't, I don't know. But anyway, as it's playing out, so he came in and tried to do his antics and his support and got himself locked up. All right, let's go. This is an update on that.
Let's do a quick recap because we got an update on the white supremacists who stormed Chud's bond hearing, made a scene, and got put in jail as well.
Crime, a controversial social media personality, remains behind bars for now. The judge in Chud the Builder's case is keeping his $1 million bond in place. Chud, whose real name is Dalton Etherly, is charged with attempted murder, aggravated assault, reckless endangerment, and employing a firearm during a dangerous felony. He was arrested last week for a shooting outside the Montgomery County Courthouse, while the victim is recovering. Today, a judge locked in a more than $1 billion bond he'd previously set. But before court wrapped up, the judge said someone online offered to pay his bond. Those details are still being worked out this afternoon. And at one point...
See, you got those people at home, these ready to pay. He almost got $1 million. These people, this world is dark, bro. I mean, it's really dark. It is what it is, right? It's like anybody support. I wouldn't support somebody black who was doing something against a white brother or a white sister or any other nation sister. Righteous is righteous. Good is good. Bad is bad. It doesn't matter, right? But yeah, he done made like $1 million. Now they won't allow him to get access to the $1 million because the give, send, go. What it is, he doesn't have, because when he got locked up, they got his cell phone. Inside of his cell phone is the receipt, the key he need to release the money for the gifts and go. So because he can't bail out, the judge won't reduce the bail. He can't get the money for the gifts and go to pay the bail. So he's trying to get celebrities or somebody to pay the bail. And then when he get his phone back out, he can get the thing improved to the gifts and go so he can get the money released. But somehow they're saying the gifts and go is trying to stop the money because they don't want for their platform to be used for those kind of means, right? So he got a lot of stuff working against him, and usually it don't work that way. That's why some people are going down a rabbit hole to say this is too abnormal, which I agree. So you got to watch the hand of these serpents. They devices, bro. They really tricky. You understand? And sometimes things look like it's too, I'm like, they don't usually go down like that, right? But anyway, so let's continue. Now, the funny thing about Chud is Chud, when they showed him in the courtroom locked up, now I know he liked to get butt plugged. That's like Diddy in jail. I'm like, they need to go to another jail. He gonna be happy where he at. He gonna be happy, Big Bubba. You know, he like that. I'm like, that ain't fair. They need to send them somewhere else or something. I don't know. Send them to, I don't know, bro. Just keep him in solitary because he gonna be happy where he going. But anyway, let's continue.
Are still being worked out this afternoon. And at one point during today's hearing, a man was asked to leave for reacting to video playing in the courtroom. While he was being escorted out, he made a comment about a, quote, two-tiered justice system. That's when the judge ordered him to be taken into custody.
He's now on Twitter crying as...
So the YouTuber Jake Lang, when the judge, he's upset that what they're doing to Chud, like Chud is right. So he said it's a two-tier justice system, and he thought he was going to walk out. You know how you yelled it out to the court, and the judge said, grab him and lock this little butt up. Good, good for you. You heard that part. All right. So he thought, you know, he can say what he want to say and go on out because he's this big YouTuber and all that. And now they gave him 7 days in jail. Let's continue.
Custody.
He's now on Twitter crying as if he was the victim. I swear, all these dudes do is cry. They're perpetual victims. They're every stereotype they try to put on us. Now he's on X crying as if somebody did something wrong to him. As if he was not the one who went to them good folks' courtroom to act a fool to get some social media clout. Now he's dealing with the consequences, and now he can't take it. So
this is this Jake Lang dude. He got really famous because he was in the January 6th political riot thing that they did. Remember that big thing? And he went to jail for it. So he got really famous for it, right? So he's a YouTuber now, and he does this whole racism thing, and he's just, I don't understand racism, but it is what it is, right? May the Most High will be done over any races. I don't care what color skin you is. All right, that's wicked. That's of the devil. You treat individuals individually, and you know individuals by their fruit. All right, so let's continue. So now he's in there. They locked him up, and now he's in there complaining. So what this dude, Flacco, I think that's his name, this dude, he's talking about, they talk all this big bad stuff all over YouTube. Now he in there only 7 days. Right? They only gave the boy 7 days, and now he in there crying.
And now he can't take it. Some social media clout. Now he's dealing with good folks' courtroom to act a fool to get some social media clout. Now he's dealing with the consequences, and now he can't take it. So he goes, update from Jake. I went to show support at Chud the Builder's $1.25 million bond hearing and was arrested and thrown in the maximum he could sentence me to of 10 days of solitary confinement by the judge. Here's how it happened. I was sitting next to Chud's wonderful and soft-spoken fiance when she whispered, "I love you" to Chud, and was kicked out the courtroom. Moments later, I was nodding my head in agreement to a video of Chud during an interview my head into Chud and open. I was me to of 10.
Let me explain what I'm saying. When they're on YouTube, they be talking mucho stuff, right? Oh, you know, I can say what I want, you niggas, and this, and they say all this stuff. But now he's talking about, here's what happened. I was sitting next to Chud's wonderful and soft-spoken fiance. See, this part is crazy work. This is when you know, this ain't nothing but bamboozle. I was sitting next to Chud's wonderful and soft-spoken. We get all these adjectives and adverbs and stuff. He's a wonderful and soft-spoken fiance. First of all, Chud is a butt plugger. You understand? So I can guarantee you his fiance ain't all that wonderful and soft-spoken, and she could be, and he did a hoodwink on her, but I doubt it very much. I'm quite sure something's going down because Chud is Freakyville. You understand? Chud is the plug. He used to be the weed plug. Now he the duty plug. Okay? Now, he's talking about, I was sitting next to Chud's wonderful, soft-spoken fiancée when she whispered ever so gently to Chud, I love you, Chud. And I was kicked out of the courtroom. Woe is me. Yeah, she's strapping up. She's like, come on, Chud, put your little fairy dress on. Rodeo time. Right? It's crazy work, right? She whispered ever so softly. We're making a Harlequin novel. You understand? And she whispered ever so softly, I love you, Chud. And I was kicked immediately out of the courtroom. These people are evil and devils. How dare they do this to Chud, the butt plug? All right. So he said, I stood up and I calmly exited stage left. You know, they make it seem like they just so nice and fluffy, Warren. Be nice and fluffy. I just stood up and I was just so fluffy and nice. It needs people. These are bad people. Bad people. It's crazy. It's crazy work. But anyway, let's continue. But if y'all see their videos, they be talking mucho stuff. You know what I mean? But anyway, listen.
Hearing and was arrested and thrown in confinement by the judge. Here's how it happened. I was sitting next to Chud's wonderful and soft-spoken fiance when she whispered, I love you to Chud, and was kicked out the courtroom. Moments later, I was nodding my head in agreement to a video of Chud during an interview when the bailiff demanded that I leave the courtroom as well. I stood up and calmly exited and said in a normal speaking tone, this is a two-tier judge. Yeah, I bet. Okay, I'll bet, buddy. All right. I'll bet you was kicked out. Right. You, Jake Lang, who literally went to Minnesota with a pig head to antagonize Muslims.
That's a crazy video. I wish I would have grabbed that clip and put it here. Guys, this dude is crazy. He got a video on YouTube where he did this, went to Minnesota, and he put a big pig, right? A pig's head, and he took the Quran, a bloody pig, right? A dead pig, and put the Quran in the pig's mouth and like to desecrate, burning, they incite, right? Instigate. It's one thing to be against Sharia law. It's another thing to call out Muhammad and his little sorry, they gonna get offended. His little butt plug religion that he done made up, because there ain't nothing but sexy stuff, sex stuff going on there, right? You better read that doggone thing. But it's another thing to, disrespect their culture. You know what I mean? I don't agree with their belief system. I definitely reject Sharia law, and I don't follow that God that Muhammad created in some cave and wasn't nothing but a devil. Right? Ain't none but jinns. All right. So anyway, but they go so far as to disrespect and pee on their Qurans and, do all that. That's too much. That's when you're disrespecting. You don't have to go that far. You can agree to disagree. You can rebuke their religion, their culture, and all that. But I don't have to disrespect you in that manner. And that, right? So he's sitting up here talking about, I stood up and in a calmly manner, I gently said, this is the two. What did he say? I stood up and calmly exited and said in a normal speaking tone, this is a two-tier justice. Justice for Chud. All right, let's continue.
The outrageous human being we know you to be. I'm sure this human being to attack, right? You, Jake Lang, who literally went to Minnesota with a pig head to antagonize Muslims. The outrageous human being we know you to be. I'm sure you was getting kicked out and you said, two-tier justice system. Yeah, I'm sure that's how that went, okay? Now, this is where he confused a lot of people right here, okay? Because Jake Lang, we know, okay, Jake Lang, mom is Jewish, his dad is Jewish. There are pictures of Jake Lang as a kid where he's kissing the wall, right? Like he's wearing, filming, you know. But when Jake Lang became an extremist and a white supremacist online, he understands the white supremacists hate his kind. So he began to denounce and disavow his Jewish heritage and pretend like it don't exist. But when he got sent to jail, I guess now he got some common sense, because he's now saying that he's inside the Montgomery County jail at this moment, and he'd been starving for 2 days because they're refusing to give him a kosher diet. He goes, I was also told by Sergeant Hawley today that my request for a kosher diet was denied, and that he would be put on suicide watch if I.
Hold on. So now Jake Lane is in there complaining because he ain't in the Ritz-Carlton. He want a kosher. Now I know how that felt. I had to suffer because I didn't eat flesh and blood. The last bid I had to do when the Most High changed me around, and I was trying to get a kosher because I found out from some of the other inmates, you got to try to sign up for the kosher, try to get the kosher thing, right? And then I could get vegetables. They got a special tray that comes. But COs in the system, they're not fair. You ain't at the Ritz-Carlton. You understand? So I had to suffer, and I never got the kosher thing. So what I did, I had to hustle. I made a deal with somebody who actually can get the kosher deals, and I would pay them cereal and chips and stuff. I would pay them on the side to get my meals. They never gave me the kosher meal, right? You ain't in the Ritz-Carlton, okay? So now he want to complain because he can't get the kosher diet. And unfortunately for him, all your antics that y'all doing on YouTube for views, I'm quite sure there's some of those COs who ain't gonna like you. I'm quite sure there's some of those COs who don't like Chud the Builder that's calling all blacks chimpanzees and all, disrespecting. I'm quite sure there's some who will like him, but there's quite a few who don't like him. So your bid gonna be kind of rough. All right. So hold on, let me read. He said, I was also told, let me let him read.
Refused to eat, which is basically naked torture, suicide for a kosher diet, to give him a kosher diet. He goes, I was also told by Sergeant Hawley today that my request for a kosher diet was denied, and that he would be put on suicide watch if I refused to eat, which is basically naked torture in a cell alone for 10 days. They're also saying they're going to move me in with a roommate in solitary tonight, but would not give me any other details on who they will be putting me with. Oh!
They about to do him dirty. Yo, Ron, you hear what they just said? Listen what he just said. He just said, and they'll do that. They'll sit when they against you, bro. That's the worst bid you can do. He said, they tell him, if you don't stop complaining about this food, we're going to put you on suicide watch. And they put you in a cell, butt naked, solitary confinement. And everybody, it's worse than you think. You will freeze to death. Do you hear me? Literally, you will freeze to death. It hurts. You cannot get warm. They keep the jails at maybe 60 degrees on the inside to kill germs. They keep it for germs' sake. It's worse than the hospital. You will freeze your little butt off. I'm telling you. So if they put you butt naked in there, they don't give you nothing, no blankets, nothing that you can hang or harm yourself with. So you butt naked on a cold thing with the metal, and you will freeze to death. Yep, you pee in the grate on the floor and all that. All right. So they said they're going to put him on suicide watch. Okay. I was told by Sergeant Hurley today that my request for coke was denied, and he would put me on suicide watch if I refused to eat, which is basically naked torture in a cell alone for 10 days. They also are saying they're going to move me in with a roommate in solitary tonight. Wow. Let me tell y'all something that's crazy about this whole statement. Do y'all see what the key word in that sentence is? Solitary confinement. Solitary means you're alone. Do you understand? It's solitary, you're alone, confined. They're going to put you a roommate, so then that's not solitary. So they're going to put a roommate in the solitary confinement tier, the shoe or whatever. Come on, Yasha. With you? That's intentional. Butt naked? Oh, this sound like they about to, Jake Lang, I hope you can fight. This sound like they about to set him up for some butt plug. They about to put Bubba in there. Oh, oh boy. And I don't wish that on nobody. You know, that's the thing. I'm a righteous man. I don't wish that on nobody. Oh yeah, that's a setup. He definitely need to be screaming and telling his lawyers and everything. You need to get that right. They about to give him a roommate in him with solitary, butt naked when they, oh yeah, they about to put Big Bubba, 6'9", 375 pounds, and he likes men's booty cheeks. Yeah, that gel ain't nothing to play with. It's disgusting, bro. Y'all stay out of that. You get righteous, young men and women. Women, y'all got a lot better, but the men, get righteous. All y'all get righteous, but I'm talking about the prison system for the men. It's just, y'all just don't get righteous, bro. Go to work, get a job, do the right thing, serve the Most High, and live your life. You don't want to be in that world. So anyway, they setting them up. That's a huge setup.
Yes! Put Chud in a solitary confinement cell with a rolling 60 crib. I want Chud to also share a cell with a black man. Oh, you. So you only tough when there's the broadcast cameras and there's police and there's broad daylight and there's cameras and there's citizens to help you from really getting what you deserve. Now you're in prison and you want to know who they want you to share a cell with. You think that's
in jail, not prison?
That's how prison works? You think they come to you and get your permission? Hey, Jake, would you mind sharing a cell with a person A? No? Oh. Sorry, Jake. Let's find somebody else. That's not how prison works, homie. Now, they continue and they said, I showed up to Chud's hearing because I know what it's like to turn around in a courtroom where your life is on the line and see nobody but your mother and father. I wanted to make sure Chud did not go through the same pain I had to for 4 years and 6 days as a January 6th political prisoner. I stood up and said something because that's what righteous men do. All it takes for evil. These dudes really believe.
Oh, righteous man. You really think you're right? That's crazy, but they really think they righteous with all that racism thing they do. It's crazy, but it's a cognitive thing, right? So anyway, the Jake Lang dude, he was one that did 4 years for the January 6th thing. He was one of the main ones for that January 6th thing at DC in the Capitol. He was one of the main ones all over the screen. So he did 4 years, but now he's a big famous YouTuber and rich, right? But it's crazy that he think he's a righteous man.
Believe in they heart. These dudes really believe in they heart. They really believe in their heart. They are the good guys. And if you think that's bad, the second update is worse. The second update is worse. This man is beyond effed. So they came back with a second update, okay? And boy, he's cooked. They go, as I was on the phone with Jake yesterday, getting this message from him, he was yelling in his cell, begging to be fed and saying how hungry he was. Oh, poor Jake. Starve him some more. I disavow, right? There's not a lot on YouTube.
See, look what it says up there. I stood up and said something because that's what righteous men do. All it takes is for evil to succeed is for good men. All it takes for evil to succeed is for good men to do nothing. not me. As for me and my house, we shall serve the Lord. Yeah, Baal, free Chud. See, this is, guys, just so y'all know, devil worshippers and evil people, their evil deed is righteousness to them. Do you understand that? You can't look from your mind state of what you believe righteousness is. That's why when people come and they say God, and I'm like, well, we don't serve the same God. You understand? Because just because you go to church and you say God and you say Lord or you say Yah or you say whatever, that don't mean we serving the same. I need to know you individual and your fruit. You understand? I need to see who you really serving in spirit and in truth. You understand? So these people are serving a God, right? He's talking about, as for me and my house, we serve the Lord. Free Chud, the butt plug. Crazy work. Okay? So he gave a second update. He says, as I was on the phone with Jake yesterday, getting a message from him, he was yelling in his cell, begging to be fed and saying how hungry he was.
You go, seconds later, a supervisor who was black. Why is this a necessary detail? If you truly in your heart don't believe that you are out here victimizing black people and you're out here being hateful, then you wouldn't even think that black people had a reason to hate you, right? Like you wouldn't even like think twice that, you know, the police officers or the supervisors were black because like, you know, black people would have no reason to hate you, right? You're not hateful. Like, as you say, right? So he goes, seconds later, a supervisor, black, and another man went into Jake's cell, said he's coming with them, put him in handcuffs and took him away. I have now not heard from Jake for over 24 hours because they have taken away his phone privileges simply for begging for food. They have apparently called the jail, and the jail hasn't told them exactly where Jake is. Now, he was sent to prison, well, jail for 10 days. It's been about, 2 days so far? No, maybe 3. You know, he's still got about 7 days left, okay? All right. Enjoy your time in jail. And
they making this 7 days hell. Wow. Yeah, they messed up. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what is causing this to happen, because these things usually don't happen. People usually do stuff like that and they get the red carpet treatment. You know what I mean? Yeah, they get so yeah, I don't know who's doing this. Maybe the Mossad's doing it. Maybe, I don't know what's going on, but wow. All right, let's continue.
And I'll be real. This Umar Johnson theory isn't the first time I heard this theory, which is why there's some credibility to this. And I think...
All right, so Umar Johnson, the king, King Kong consciousness, the king of the scam. Umar kills me. But Umar's very, very intelligent, very dark too. He's serving all his Ifa. He's sold all these fallen angel voodoo worship gods. But anyway, but he does have a certain level of intellect, right? So he do be having insight on certain topics, but it's hard for me to receive Umar, because every time I hear him, I just hear like a snake oil salesman. Like it just makes me laugh. Just the way he present himself and talk. Even when he dropping something, I just hear a snake oil salesman. Like, get your hand out my pocket. That's what I do. You like, watch your pocketbook, sisters. Right? This dude is crazy, right? But he's definitely intelligent, but he's just dark. It just is what it is, right? Intelligence don't denote righteousness. All right. So Umar has an opinion on Chud, the builder situation, and I kind of received what he picked. I'm picking up what he putting down, but let's go.
Exactly where Jake is. Now, he was sent to prison.
Go ahead, Hakim.
And we have a donation from Swift.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
He said, them white boys will do more damage to him in jail.
Oh yeah, they're gonna damage them up for real, especially if they better do the right thing. But thank you so much, Swift, for your donation. I humbly received, King. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. All right. Thank you, Hakiyama, for letting me know. I didn't see it. All right, here we go.
Jail, and the jail has simply called the jail, and the jail hasn't told them exactly where Jake is. Now, he was sent to prison, well, jail for 10 days. It's been about, what, 2 days so far? No, maybe 3. You know, he's still got about 7 days left, okay? All right. Enjoy your time in jail. And I'll be real. This Umar Johnson theory isn't the first time I heard this theory, which is why there's some credibility to this, and I think we should all listen to this.
You heard about this one guy, his name is Chud the Builder, and he's going around antagonizing black people, calling them N-words, and you heard about this?
I've seen the clips of Chud the Builder. Most recently, Art, if I understand and if my memory is serving me correctly.
You see, that's what I mean. Do y'all hear how he talk? That's the exact. I just can't with Umar. I've seen the mountaintop. I had a dream. I have seen the promised land. Everything he do, and then y'all know he repeat the things 3 times, right? He do all that CIA mind control stuff. Boy, this ain't nothing but a scammer. I swear, this boy here, I can never take this fool seriously, right? You know, I have seen the mountaintop. All right, let's. He could have just said yes, right? I know. It's just, boy, this boy here, I swear, I'm like, they love this folio. I'm like, but he be dropping stuff, but I just can't. I just can't. I'm just a I'm a no mess kind of guy, right? I just can't. But anyway, let's continue. Let's listen to Dr. Martin Luther. Dr. Martin Luther, what's his name? Umar. All right. Yeah, you're operative for Mammon. Yeah, but he do that EFI stuff. He into that voodoo stuff. But all right, let's continue.
To this, and I think we should all listen to this.
You heard about this one guy, his name is Chud the Builder, and he's going around antagonizing black people, calling them N-words, and you heard about this?
I've seen the clips of Chud the Builder. Most recently, Art, if I understand and if my memory is serving me correctly, he is being held after shooting someone multiple times outside of a courthouse. The man he shot was a disabled black veteran, shot him multiple times. The brother survived outside a courthouse, so they got the video surveillance, and he's being held on $1.25 million bail. $1.25 million bail. Attempted homicide is the charge. He does have an attorney. And to my knowledge, the public defender, Art, didn't want to defend him. The public defender didn't want to defend him, and so he had to go and find someone. I'm going to tell you what I think, Art. I think this is an FBI psyops.
There's a couple aspects here. You could still be a part of the psyop.
That's what I said. So he's a mess, right? But if you could get through all the foolishness, sometimes he drops actual things that'll make you go, things that make you think, right? Because I think it's some psyop with this stuff too, right? Now, the dude that he shot was a military veteran, but he don't got a squeaky record pass either. He got some, they tried to pull up his dirt. He had some crazy with him and his wife, some domestic stuff. It was craziness too. But it was a long time ago, but nobody's perfect. But anyway, I'll just point that out for others who would be like, well, he wasn't, none of us really is that squeaky, but I ain't got no crazy stuff like that on my stuff. But he was a military veteran, and he was minding his own, he was minding his own business. He wasn't doing nothing illegal. And Chud, and did it in front of a courtroom, in front of the court building, and goes out to antagonize, right? So anyway, let's continue. So Umar said he thinks it's an espionage. What do you say?
I think this is an FBI psyops.
There's a couple aspects here. You could still be a part of the psyop without knowing you're a part of the psyop. Rap music, hip hop. These rappers were a part of the psyop and had no idea they were a part of the psyop, right? Exactly. They were used by the FBI. They were used by the CIA to essentially destroy black culture. And how they did it? Well, they just made sure that the gangster music, the most degenerate music possible got pushed to the forefront. In terms of Chud went from being this relatively unknown weirdo, right, who would do some racist things on Twitter, like nobody really knew who he was. Like Twitter was kind of like suppressing his reach. Then a switch happened within like a month. Chud clips was everywhere. Chud was on every broadcast. Chud was on every clip page. Right now, you could attribute that to Kick and the Kick clipping program. Maybe that's it. Or the powers that be say, you know what? We should probably push that content right there. That content right there divides and destroys all progress towards race relations in America. That content right there will have them fighting among themselves while Trump is stealing $2 billion to give to like insurrectionists. Let's go ahead and push this content some more. So Chud could be the psyop without him knowing he's a part of the psyop.
Because he's a butt plug and he's an idiot juice, and he's correct. I received that. Because there are agendas to keep the divide and the tension, because the overall picture is they're going to try to enslave us all. You understand? The draconian, reptilian, serpent seed, 1% trillionaires, the goal is to enslave all of us, but keep us fighting one another, all the races, right? Right? I hate this and you hate me and we hate him and we all hate them and they hate them. Divide and conquer so that they keep getting richer and richer as we get poor and poor. They will own nothing and be happy, and their happiness we ain't gonna be happy. But their goal is to have us all remove the middle class, remove the classes, just the wealthy, the haves, and the have-nots. That's it. And the way that they institute it, as they're setting their systems together, is to keep us in division, hating one another and fighting one another, when the Most High calls us to come together. You understand? As to fight a common threat. That's what we can do. We came actually all repented and got righteous and came together and judged people individually for their ways and actions by their fruit. Then the righteous, we could come together and we can actually enact change. You can actually do a thing, right? We can stop their devices. You can actually fight, but they know if they keep us separate, then we can't fight. You understand? Because that fist, when you come together, you have a mighty blow, the three-strand cord. You understand? Now you putting 10-strand cords and 50-strand cords and 1,000-strand cords, and it's unbreakable. You understand? And they know that, so they keep us divided, and keep us divided by separating caste and class, racial systems, and looking at colors of skin and all that type of stuff. So yeah, that sounds about right to me. Definitely one of the PSYOP devices.
Chud could be the PSYOP without him knowing he's a part of the PSYOP. Now, I knew something was up, to be honest, when the FBI, according to Chud, came and got him when he went to jail. They interviewed him for about 2 or 3 hours. And they asked him all type of questions. My thing is, why would the FBI take an interest in Chud, who's this, like he's somewhat popular, I guess, but like he's not, right? Like he's not impactful. Like he's not no type of like revolutionary or activist or free thinker. But the FBI came and sat down for 3 hours and asked Chud if he's a part of any type of extremist groups. Why would they be so focused on Chud? So I don't think Umar Johnson is far-fetched at all.
I think this is an experiment by the U.S. government to see how Black people will react to overtly violent white racists patrolling our communities. I think this is part of a larger experiment and social agenda that is preparing for a possible martial law or social unrest or civil war to come. Black people need to follow this.
I actually agree with that. I think that's part of this PSYOP too. It's because I followed the story and everything, and it's bigger than what looks on the surface. And I actually agree with that, because that's what they was trying to do before with the martial law. That's them instituting the chaos. It's the Hegelian dialectic, right? So I actually agree with that. All right, let's continue.
War to come. Possible martial law or social unrest or civil war to come. Black people need to follow this Chud the Builder case. I'm wondering, Art, if he is a veteran. Do you know if he's a veteran or not? Because most of these crazies, quote unquote crazies, tend to be ex-military cutouts. Do you know if that's the case with him?
Nah, from what I know, he never been in the military.
Okay. Even if he's not, that don't mean he's not an MK Ultra though. Most of the MK Ultra CIA psyop test dummies are ex-military cutouts, but they don't have to be. But I'm having a hard time believing he's just doing this unless he's mentally ill, Art.
Yeah. So now y'all, if you didn't know, now you know Chud the fairy, Chud the plug. Okay, all right. And it's crazy work because Chud was the white. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters. He was the white boy in the hood with the ghetto pass. Chud was at the cookout. You know what I mean? Chud listened to hip hop, all that. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if they MK Ultra'd or if they set up the conditions that had him when they with the thing he did against when he lost his business and stuff and made him just hate all black people, which doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Because if you come from that culture and one people do you wrong, you don't hate the whole culture like that. It's just not normal. It's not how it get down. It's not how it happened. So it's definitely more to it. All right. So we learned this little witch with her Baphomet plugging the fairy. Okay. All right. So all right, let's continue. Now we're about to teach something. Let's go. Now we get into the part of the live where the Somalians, cavemen, now we know Chud the Builder. You understand? We know what Chud stand for from the deep, brother. Right? Chud means a cave dweller. You understand? The definition of Chud actually means, right? And it came from the movie, which stands for cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers. Okay, it's crazy work. So there's so many dynamics in there. You know what I mean? And Chud ain't smart enough to know none of that, to be naming himself the Builder and using a Masonic compass with the square and the this and all that. Chud trying to get plugged. He ain't trying. So this got MK Ultra or higher psyop written all over it. Whether they grabbed him and drugged him and MK'd, whatever they did, you understand? All right, and now he's not mentally slow. He's actually he runs his business, his construction company and all that. He's not, but whatever they did to him, you know what I mean? There is some mental or whatever, because that what you call when they MK Ultra you know what I mean? They get control of your mind. But anyway, we'll see. Now let's get to the caveman stuff. Oh, we've been lied to.
Excuse me?
We've been bamboozled. Go ahead, Hakim.
Let me know when you want the thing, okay?
I will. Now, they have lied to us and they made us think that only white people were cavemen. We of all nations, the remnant of the Most High of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, we should want to know the truth of history over our feelings, all right? Because we've been lied to. The white people weren't the only people in the caves. Oh yeah, I'm gonna show you proof. Watch. We need to know true history, real history. Have any of y'all heard of these things called Aesop's fables? Have you ever heard of Aesop's fables? Aesop sounds a lot like Esau to me, but anyway. Shout out to P9. Have you ever heard of Aesop's fables? They call it Aesop or Esau. Let me show you what I'm talking about. We're going to go, Father, give me the ability to walk this down correctly. We're going to go to a government website. Let's do that one first, right? I opened it. Where is it? Where is it? There it go. No, that's not that one. Where did I put you? I didn't close you. There you go. He over there. That's the government website. I left it open, right? Here we go. I'm going to come back to y'all. I'm going to have to share this tab, right? Let's go. We about to learn something now. It's about to get dope. Y'all already know how we do. Share screen. I'm going to have to do window, bang, share. Now this right here is the Library of Congress. Read.gov. It's ESOP, AESOP. They don't tell you about this. Let's go. Now, this ESOP, the reason why I'm showing you, it's in the government website. A list of Aesop's fables. Some of us didn't know who he was, but I can guarantee you know his fables. You know his parables. Have you ever heard the town mouse and the country mouse? Some of us have. Billy and the cat, the wolf and the crane, the lion and the mouse, the gnat and the bull, the owl and the grasshopper, the crow and the pitcher, the fox and the stork. This goes on and on and on. This is cultural, what you call it? Poetic fables and stories being told. You heard the tortoise and the hare? Oh, that's Aesop. Aesop. Let's continue. We're going somewhere. So all of these Aesop's fables, stories, right? It just goes on and on and on and on and on, right? I just wanted to show y'all this. So when I click the About section, remember, this is the Library of Congress. I'm going to click the About section. It says, about the Aesop for children, Aesop. Aesop for children contains the text of selected fables, color pictures, video, and interactive animations, and will be enjoyed by readers of any age. Aesop's fables, also called the Aesopica, are a collection of stories designed to teach moral lessons credited to Aesop. Aesop was a Greek slave. The Larishah, we going somewhere. Everybody listen clearly. You're about to learn some history that you might not have known. Aesop was a Greek slave and a storyteller, thought to have lived about 560 to 620 BCE. His fables are some of the most well-known in the world, have been translated in multiple languages, become popular in dozens of cultures through the course of 5 centuries. They have been told and retold in a variety of media, from oral tradition to written storybooks to stage film and animated cartoon. The fables remain popular for the younger scholars, such as Sour Grapes and the Bird in the Hand. Okay? The aphorisms of the saying of like sour grapes or a bird in the hand beats 2 in the bush, these come from Aesop. Aesop was a black man. Listen clearly. Just listen to learn history. A Greek, a black man in Greece, a slave. Now, this work is considered to be in the public domain in the United States. All right? This is on the read.gov Library of Congress. So the most famous euphemisms, aphorisms, and all that comes from this black man who was a slave in Greece, Greek. Listen, even the Hebrew Messiah, which y'all call Jesus, quoted Aesop. It's all through the Bible too. The one of them, we all know this story. It's the the prodigal son. Y'all know our Messiah spoke in what? Parables, precepts, allegories. He was quoting Aesop, a lot of his parables. Remember, they told him, why are you speaking in parables? We're going somewhere. Now, I want to go to the Library of Congress because I just need to show y'all how deep this rabbit hole goes. All right? Now, let me do this. I did a simple Google, right? I'm going to share that. Maybe it already shared. Good. Now, watch this. Simple Google. And I left it open so y'all can see. It says, Aesop's fables are a collection of hundreds of short moralistic morals, tales traditionally credited to Aesop, an enslaved storyteller who lived in ancient Greece. Each story uses anthropomorphic animals or inanimate objects to highlight human flaws and virtues, always ending with a clear, practical life lesson, moral lesson. Because these tales have been told and adapted for over 2,500 years, everyday axioms that we use, like actions speak louder than words, Aesop, the black slave, the Greek, sour grapes, the phrase honesty is the best policy, all Aesop. Oh, come on. I'm about to show y'all some. Y'all know how they always say, so-called, no disrespect, but the blacks trying to steal everybody culture and we was kings. Oh, we about to find out a civilization that was in the Sahara Desert. Oh, I got receipts and I put some work into this. I'm going to show y'all images. We going to the cavemen. We going in the caves. We going in the deserts. We going back to Aesop tonight. All right? Listen clearly. All the phrases that people use all over the world is quoting Aesop, and they don't even know it. They've been lying to us. Over 700 fables exist, but some of the most enduring classics include The Tortoise and the Hare. Y'all know the story? The Tortoise and the Hare? Aesop. A boastful, speedy rabbit loses a race to a determined, slow-moving turtle. The moral that Aesop wanted us to learn was slow and steady wins the race. Shout out to Joy. Now, y'all remember the story? The boy who cried wolf? So everything, everybody listen, who we've been quoting and learning all these years come from a black man that was enslaved. Now, you know what they did to the history, or I'm going to show you what they did. We're going to get there. And I got a video clip coming. Let me get through this. The boy who cried wolf. A shepherd boy continuously tricks villagers into thinking a wolf is attacking. When the real wolf arrives, no one believes him. Aesop was teaching us that liars are not believed, even when they tell the truth. So be truthful, because if you keep lying, then when you get to tell the truth. So Aesop fables all cultures, the Romans, the Greeks, everyone, even the Bible. Messiah, the New Testament, the Hebrew Messiah quoted Aesop all the time. Aesop. The fox and the grapes. A hungry fox tries repeatedly to reach a bunch of high-hanging grapes, but gives up. And he claimed that the grapes are sour anyway. So the fox couldn't reach the grapes, and he said, well, the grapes must be sour if I can't reach them. The moral of the story is easy to despise the thing which you cannot get. So don't despise a thing that you can attain. So that's where they get the phrase sour grapes come from. Aesop. The lion and the mouse. A tiny mouse accidentally wakes a sleeping lion, but he is spared. Later, the mouse repays the favor by chewing through the nets to free the trapped lion. Aesop's moral to his story: even the weakest can be of service to the strongest. Come on, not to the swift nor the strong, but to him who endures to the end. Aesop, Hayazah. Our Messiah quoted Aesop. Let's go. Historically, while a vast tradition, let me continue. Where to find them? If you're looking to read, listen to, or collect, because now you got others. They trying to take his credit away now. You know what I mean? You know that they do. They're trying to say, well, Aesop, he really didn't exist, or he really did. Y'all know I'm about to show y'all some stuff. Y'all know, I'm about to get to the video clip. We going somewhere, Delarashah. Y'all come along, get in the bus, bam, bam. We going somewhere. We going back 2,000 years ago. You heard? Let's go. And we going into the desert for this one tonight. Now, you can read through dozens of public domain, the Library of Congress. I just showed y'all that. All right? All right. Now, I just left this up, right? Because I left some of these. What are Aesop's most famous fables? Aesop's fables are timeless stories, credit to a Greek storyteller from the 6th century. For thousands of years, these anthropomorphic animal tales have been used to teach practical life lessons and moral truths. Some of the most famous are the tortoise and the hare, the boy who cried wolf, the fox and the grapes, the lion and the mouse, the ant and the grasshopper, the goose that laid the golden eggs. Yo, the wolf in sheep's clothing. Messiah, anybody? Okay. A greedy farmer kills his goose in hopes of getting all his golden eggs at once, but finds nothing inside and loses his daily income. Aesop's moral code was greed often overreaches and destroys the source of its wealth. The wolf in sheep's clothing. A wolf disguises himself as a sheep to sneak into a flock and catch a meal, but is accidentally killed by the shepherd who mistakes him for a real sheep. The moral of the story was appearances can be deceptive and evil acts often backfire on the wrongdoer. You understand? Messiah quoted this one. All right? Now, again, I'm going to go through some, y'all know me, I'm going to bring out some real deep stuff, but if you go and try, they're going to try to discredit and take stuff away. The devil's a lie. Y'all already know diligence. All right? Now, some say, now they got plenty stories about Aesop. One of them is that he was really ugly. Let me explain. So you know how they distort history and haters gonna hate, right? So one of them was his appearance. His lips were really big. His nose, they call it stout, flat, and big. You understand? He was hideous because he had big lips and big nose and, All right, let's continue. Aesop is believed to have been alive. It was believed that he was an enslaved person, but was given his freedom because of his literacy and storytelling. He's described as having many congenital disabilities and a speech disorder that was healed by a god. That's supposed to be Isis. We're going to get there because these are the Greeks, the Hellenes, who served from Ethiopia, the Osiris and Isis. That's where they got Serapis Christus from. Okay? And then later, the Romans got Christianity, this religion that these mystery cult worshipers created. Okay? But anyway, this night ain't about that. We're going to stay with Aesop. All right? So, what are the original Aesop fables? All right, that one. The core elements almost exclusively, his fables are almost exclusively featuring animals, plants, or forces of nature. And he made anthropomorphism. He used them to have human traits. They call it the Aesopic structure. They are brief, focused on his prose. These are actually proverbs. Let me explain. Aesop was making proverbs. That's why the Messiah was quoting them. Each of these are moralistic, and they kept them really brief and focused on a single simple action and explicitly conclude with a distinct moral life lesson. These ain't nothing but proverbs. You heard that part from an ancestor that you might not even never heard of. If you heard the Aesop fables, you didn't know who he was. The original tales of Aesop were often much harsher and darker back in those times than now with the modern children adaptations. In ancient Greece, the focus was generally on cunning, navigating social power dynamics, and outsmarting the strong. All right. Now, they're talking about who spread it. Barbarus and Phaedrus, two ancient writers, translated his stories into Greek and Latin. All right. Like, hello, the Hebrew Bible. All right. Barbarus and Phaedrus translated his stories into Greek and Latin during the Roman Empire, heavily influencing later Western versions. William Caxton published the first printed English translation of the fables in 1484, cementing them in all through European culture. The Perry Index, created by classicist Ben Edwin Perry. This is the modern numbering system used to catalog and track the authentic ancient fables. Most famous fables: The Boy Who Cried Wolf, The Tortoise and the Hare. We already went through that. Let me scroll down. What is the most famous fable of all time? The most famous fable in the whole entire world is The Tortoise and the Hare, written by ancient Greek storyteller Aesop, a black slave. All right. Let me continue. Let me go down. I'm going somewhere. We're going to get to the video clip. Now, he was accused, according to Herodotus, how you say Herodotus, the Greek. He recounts that Aesop was executed. They threw him off. they threw him off the bridge, off a tower. The Delphines in Delphi. The Delphines were instructed by an oracle to offer compensation. Likewise, Aristophanes refers to Aesop being accused of stealing the sacred cup from the temple of Delphi. We're going to explain. I'm going to show y'all exactly what, no, I'm not speaking Greek. We're speaking English. We're speaking English. I speak Habaraya, in case you want to know that. I can speak another language, but I'm quite sure you might not understand. But yeah, the Greek come from, those are called Hellenes, first of all, the Greek, all right? So there's a Greek alphabet, okay? There's Linear B, okay? There's the Mycenaeans. So we can go deep if you want to, I don't know who you are, what you really, where you're going with it, but you come to the right channel if you if you want to get some real understanding, because we can go there if you want to, all right? We can go all the way back to 1200, all right, when they was the Des Moines clan, all right, before 1200, before Hellenes, before they created their god. But anyway, let's continue. All right, now, what is the oldest fable? What are two of his fables? All right, I think that's enough of that. That's all I wanted to do. How did he pass away? We're going to get to there. We'll get there. According to ancient legend, Aesop was executed by citizens of Delphi who threw him off a cliff. They accused him of stealing a sacred golden cup after hiding the item in his luggage, or were angered when he refused to distribute the king's gold because he despised their greed. That's actually what happened. All right? Let's see what this says. Death accusation. Several ancient writers, including Aristophanes, state that Aesop was accused of sacrilege and stealing the sacred. That he didn't. According to Plutarch, King Croesus of Lydia, the Lydians, sent Aesop to Delphi. Y'all going to learn in a second. I'm about to play a video clip with money to distribute. So they sent them with money and gold to distribute. But when Aesop went to Delphi, he was angered by their greed of the citizens. So he went back and returned the gold. And it caused the citizens of Delphi to frame him, and then they threw him off a cliff. All right. Now, let's get going. Is The Boy Who Cried Wolf okay? Yeah, that's what I'm going to bring out. All right, let's get to the video clip, because I got a lot to bring out. We got some serious stuff to bring out, right? So when you go, all right, let me do this, then we're going to get to the video clip. So here, just a simple Google, right? Wikipedia, Aesop Fables. Aesop Fables, or the Aesopica, is a collection of fables credited to Aesop, right? Now look who they show you as Aesop. All right? Now, see what it says? Aesop was a Greek fabulist and That's a fable writer and storyteller, credited with a number of fables now collectively known as Aesop fables. All right? Now, they will show you, like they always do, right? You already know the hijack. Let me show you. This is what they telling you is Aesop. But we about to show they actually describe him. All right? And this dude do not got big lips and a big wide flat nose and none of the stuff that they describe him. But again, this is how they rewrite history. Okay? So plaster cast of Hellenistic statue, that's the Greeks, before they were Greeks, they were Hellenes, thought to depict Aesop. Okay? That ain't Aesop, and they know that's not Aesop. All right? But again, this is how they whitewash history. All right? So now this is another one that they're depicting Aesop. Right? Let's look, make it bigger. See that again. Y'all see, that's not a black man. The other one's not a black slave. All right? So again, a whitewashing of history. Now they tried to give him a little fat tummy because the description of Aesop is he had a protruding belly. He had like Ray J he was fighting. Right? It's crazy work. But anyway, I'm going somewhere. I got a video clip coming in a second. Let me walk this down. Right? And then Aesop from Greco-Roman. Well, we might come back to this. I'm going to get to the video in a minute. I'm going to see. Now look at this. Now from depicted in 1687 of Aesop fables. Now look at this image. Now that's Aesop. Now, this is a little closer because you see the lips are big. See, guys? You see the nose is big, right? So now you're getting a little closer to the true Aesop. See how they make the stomach real fat and he was short, all right? All right, and he's a slave and he's supposed to be serving his masters. He's a Greek, this is in Greece, all right? So does this image right here look anything like that other image? Absolutely not. And it's crazy work that in the same thread, this is the first picture. All right. Now, that's just the hijack. Now let's get funky. I want to show. So now y'all introduce. This is another depiction of Aesop, right? And so you see how they tried to make the lip. Now you see the hair, right? Because Aesop was known to have locks and the big lips, and they made him look funny, all right? So this is a coin, all right? And it's supposed to be an image of ancient Delphi, thought as to be the equatorian to represent Aesop, all right, in Delphi. All right, let's continue. Now, I'm going somewhere. All right, a much later tradition depicts Aesop as a black African from Ethiopia. Everybody listen. Ancient Ethiopia is what the Greeks called. That's where they get Ethiopia. Let me explain. There was no land called no Ethiopia, just like it was no Africa, okay? That was ancient Kush at a time. That was Axumites. It was at a time later Abyssinia. There was no Ethiopia. That's a Greco word, Ethiopia. Just like there was never ever in Egypt. That's Aegyptos, spelled the same, Aegypt. The ancient Kemet, or Mitzrayim in Hebrew, that land, Kemet of the black land of Kemet, that's what they called it. The Persians, when they sacked ancient Kemet, they called it Maurya. When the Greeks sacked the ancient Persians, they called it Aegyptos. Do you understand? That's where you also get Iezus. And then the Roman, when they sacked the Hellenes, they called it Ezus. And later you got your Jesus. Okay? You have to understand the etymology. So these are where these terminologies come from. Ancient Kush ain't never called themselves no Ethiopia. Isop. Ethiopia. All right? Isiop. Ethiop. Let's continue. A much later tradition depicts him as a black Arab. The first known programmer was rather all right. But anyway, let's continue. We're gonna I'm gonna get to the video clip and then we're gonna go there. Right? So look at this one. Presumed to depict Aesop and the fox. So look how they made him look here. That's crazy work. I'm like, boy, they just know they could boy, you know you can steal some people's culture, bro. I swear. But anyway, let's continue. Now I'm about to show y'all. Look at this one. That look like a woman. How is this Aesop? When y'all find out how they described and what they said about Aesop, y'all gonna be like, this should be illegal. Somebody call the cops, right? This should be illegal, bro. It's just not okay what they've done with history. All right? So anyway, the beautiful in love with Aesop. Oh, look at this one. Who's supposed to be Aesop? Ew. Well, y'all know. The beautiful, who that Rhodope in love with Aesop. I guess that's the devil's a lie. Okay, but anyway, now y'all see they done made this boy look 9 different ways already. They done painted him 50 different ways already. What's this one? Aesop tells his fables. All right, let's see what he looks like. That's him? Look at him looking all little and look at them. Boy, these Greeks all around. Boy, you better be careful because they ain't got nothing under them dresses. They be doing Chud the Builder. They be doing nothing but pegging. All right. So anyway, look at that's supposed to be. So I guess this is the black slave, Greek slave. But anyway, let me screenshot that one because I'm not gonna open it now, but I'm gonna need that for another time because that's crazy work. All right, I'm gonna get to the video clip now. All right, I'm gonna go close that. I just didn't even click all these. I didn't know they had all these pictures down here. All right, that was the bottom of it. All right, so here we go. Now let's get video clip. Let's go. I'm gonna come back to this because we going some. Y'all about to learn of a whole nother civilization, a whole group of people written out of history who had a civilization that the whole world mirrored and had created a water system that ancient Babylon copied and everything. They don't tell you, they don't. You know the Hanging Gardens in Babylon? Ooh, yeah, we going there. Let's go. Let me go. And I put a lot of work in. I made the images. I got the ancient actual satellite images of the desert, and I was able with AI to make it come to bring it to how it would have looked. Praise the Most High. It took a lot of work, but I got it done. All right, let's continue. Let me go here. Let's go to the video clip now. I'm gonna grab the video clip, right? Copyright disclaimers on effect. Let's go. We don't own rights to the video. We reacting to the video. We about to find out were the Somalians cavemen, all right? The cavemen, all right? Were black cavemen? Were Somalians cavemen? Let's go. Stop share. Share screen. Come on, Tamaya, you're going to like this one, King. Share. All right? Now, y'all remember, y'all seen this image when I was breaking down ancient Greece. I mean, and the ancient Europe, okay? And they be calling all these blackamoors. Everybody's a blackamoor. Copyright disclaimers in effect for reactionary purposes only. Let's go.
Exhibit A, the greatest storyteller and fable writer of antiquity, Aesop of Aesop's Fables. A fable is not a parable. There's a difference, a crucial one. Stick around and you'll see why. But what exactly is a fable? Oxford Learner's Dictionary. A traditional short story that teaches a moral lesson, especially one with animals as characters. The OED Online goes further, calling a fable a short story in the popular tradition of Greece and other ancient cultures. And that is where most sources leave things. They'll tell you the fable was popularized or spread by the Hellenistic culture of ancient Greece. What the anti-woke brigade will happily leave out is the darker truth of the fable's origins. Africa. Marcus Fabius Quintilianus, The Institutes of Oratory, Book 5, circa 95 AD.
Now, 95 AD, ancient text, Marcus Fabius Quintilianus. He says, remember, 95 AD, okay? 95. They ain't even get to 100 after the Messiahs. The Greeks called these stories fables and also Aesopian or Libyan stories. Tamaya, we've been bringing up Hannibal for a minute on this channel. Tamaya, Hannibal, I don't want to give it away. I know what nation of people Hannibal come from. It was a civilization in what they call North Africa, Libyan. Some of the descendants are the Tuaregs now over there in North Africa. That's why they call a lot of them Moors, but they weren't Moors. You have some Moorish in Mauritania and stuff like that, right? And Morocco, but these weren't all Moors. So all these images, there's a whole civilization and they were none of them Moors. And that's where Hannibal, Carthaginians come from, all right? The Greeks called these stories fables or Aesopian or Libyan stories. This is a book from 95 AD from Marcus Fabius Quintilianus, this quote. All right, let's continue.
The Greeks call these stories fables and also Aesopian.
Shout out to Who Cares in the building.
Or Libyan stories. That was Aesopian, by the way, with an S, not Ethiopian. Good catch though. But what did the Greeks themselves have to say about the fable? From the horse's mouth, some 500 years before Quintilian. Aristotle, Rhetoric, circa 4th century BC. To speak of the proofs common to all branches of rhetoric, these common proofs are of two kinds, example and enthymeme. There are two kinds of examples, namely, one which consists in relating things that have happened before, and another in inventing them oneself. The latter are subdivided into comparisons or fables, such as those of Aesop and the...
All right, now, hundreds of years before Quintilius, Aristotle, he says, things that have happened before, I'm going to go through the speak of the proofs common to all branches of rhetoric. These common proofs are of two kinds. One is an example and one an enthymeme. There are two kinds of examples, namely one which consists in relating things that have happened before and another in inventing them oneself. The latter, invented it oneself, are subdivided into comparisons or fables, such as those of Aesop and the Libyan. All right, let's continue. We're going somewhere.
Of Aesop and the Libyan. By Libya, Aristotle and his fellow Greeks meant all of known Africa, north of the Sahara and west of Egypt. By Libyan, no, Aristotle of 350 BC did not mean this. This kind, yesteryear's Libyan. Before waves of invasions and the importation of millions of Turks and Slavs would change the face of North Africa forever. This was the Libyan of Aristotle's day. Adamantius Physiognomica, 4th century AD. For the Libyans are similar to.
Now, what the brothers point out when when Aristotle was talking about the Libyans, he's not talking about what you see now, these North Africans. You understand? He's talking about this is what they looked like. Physiognomica Adamantius. He said, for the Libyans are similar to the Ethiopians and the Iberians to the Celts, which is indeed a simple fact. For the southern region is most mixed with dryness and heat, but the northern region with humidity and coldness.
The Ethiopians and the Iberians to the Celts, which is indeed a simple fact. For the southern region is most mixed with dryness and heat, but the northern regions with humidity and coldness. Anonymous Roman author, 1st century AD, speaking of Hannibal's march on Rome. The Gadamantes parade in our district, and this native
Tamaya. Hannibal was a Garamanti. Tonight, you're going to see, you're going to learn, and you're going to understand this nation, kingdom of people called the Garamantes that they have wiped out of history. Hannibal was a Garamanti. They had a whole civilization. I'm going to show you on the map, Northeast Africa. I'm going to show you the civilization. This lesson, you're going to have a full, complete understanding who the Garamantes are and who they were, and how every culture used their technology and they have wiped them out of basically history. Hannibal was a Garamanti.
AD, speaking of Hannibal's march on Rome. The Gadamantes AD with humidity and coldness. Anonymous Roman author, 1st century AD, speaking of Hannibal's march on Rome. The Gadamantes parade in our district, and this native rejoices in his pitch black body.
Now, I'm going to point this out. When you point history and ancient writers, historians, and what they said, because later they try to, like they do everything else, guys, later they try to take the identity. Remember I showed you what they did to Aesop. Now they got him some, no disrespect, but they got him a white man, okay? Same thing with the Garamantes. But when you go to the ancients, the Romans, the Hellenes, the Greeks, what they say, right? Aristotle, Herodotus, and them. The Garamantes parade in our district, and this native rejoices in his pitch black body. Hannibal. So Tamaya, these receipts now, tonight, is total receipts, historical, Roman and Hellenistic and ancient, Ethiopic, or what you want to call Libyan receipts of Hannibal being pitch black. All right. And this native rejoices in his pitch black body, speaking of the Garamantes. Let's continue. I'm going to show you, too. We going somewhere.
And this native rejoices in his pitch black body. The Garamantes were nomadic black Africans native to all of northern Africa, labeled on maps of yore as just another class of Ethiops, aka black people. Garamantes today are amalgamated further south across the Sahara with other nations of Tuaregs. Nations like these, birthed by Africa's scorching sun and her golden sands, seen all across the rock art of Sahara caves, a people Herodotus called troglodytes. The histories, circa 5th century BC. The Garamantes have...
Now, everybody, have you ever heard the saying of a troglodyte? Now, I've heard it, and in the context that I've always heard it, I knew that it was used against white people. I'm just calling truth to power. And it was used against white people to call them cavemen, for those who've heard of troglodytes, right? And we've been taught me included, that the white man was the caveman, and black, we weren't cavemen. We had civilizations, which is true. We did have civilizations, but it wasn't taught that that the who's that? Rohan, don't get ahead of my lesson, Rohan. All right, don't get ahead of my lesson. All right, now they're troglodytes. I used to think, we thought that they were all white, right? Just like we was taught Neanderthals is all, you know what I mean? And that's why I broke down, and I'm gonna show that the Denisovans weren't all white. So that what you see in the thumbnail in the middle, that's a Denisovan. Okay? Now, the Herodotus, the Greek historian, he wrote the Garamantes have 4-horse chariots. They have chariots pulled by 4 horses. So that means they had wheels. Everybody listen, this is in the desert. Listen clearly, I'm gonna show y'all. The Greek historian Herodotus said the Garamantes have 4-horse chariots in which they chased the troglodyte Ethiopians. Uh-oh, hello. Thumbnail, title of the video, were the Somalians cavemen? Hold on. So the Garamantes, as the Greeks were noted, because they got their civilization and they got a lot of their industry from watching and receiving. The Romans later came and they was going to war with the Garamantes, right? As they did in the ancient times, trying to take people's land. But Herodotus said the Garamantes got chariots with 4 horses pulling them, and they chased the Ethiopians, the troglodytes. Troglodytes are cave dwellers, everybody, who of all the nations whereof any account has reached our ears are by far the swiftest of foot. They said, so Herodotus said, as the Garamantes are chasing the troglodyte, the cave-dwelling Ethiopians, the Ethiopians were fast on foot. He says, by all account, which have reached our ears, they are the fastest on foot, running from these Garamantes. Their language is unlike that of any other people. It sounds like the screeching of bats. So there is languages that used to be spoke by sounds. Some of the Kush, what they call Ethiopic or Axumite cultures, still have that in their languages. The Somalians use clicks in their languages. That's what right? They had languages that use sounds. That's why it said it sounds like the screeching of bats. That's why in some of the Native American tribes, they go, right? You hear that? That is language by sound. You see? So the clicks and stuff, some of that we can, let me see if I can get y'all to relate. You know how in the English language, we do when someone do something bad, right? With your children and you go, right? Tis, tis, tis. We shake our hand and we go, right? That's clicking. But we don't know where we get it from. Shout out to Luke in the building, Luke Baker. It comes from ancient, a lot of things come because they're passed down to different cultures. So that's why the Somalians got a lot of clicking in their language. So this is what Herodotus was speaking of right here. Yeah, tis, tis, tis. We go, and we do, right? So we do certain things in our language that we didn't even know where it comes from. Okay? Now, listen what he said. The Garamantes, I'm going to show you. used to use 4-horse chariots to chase the troglodyte Ethiopians. Troglodyte. Let's do it. I'm going to come back to the video because the Most High got to guide me to walk because I got a lot of content, a lot of understanding to bring out. So let's do it since we right there at the troglodyte. Let's do that right now. Let me grab it right here. Right? Who were the troglodytes? All right, hold on. Now, let me see how I'm gonna do this. The troglodyte, where I had it, where is it? It gotta be, where are you? Here, oh, there you go, it's there. It's the other one, it's here. Troglodyte, make that full screen, because I know I still got it open. That's right there. Let's go. This one, bang. All right, and I'm gonna show you on the screen, just so we can have a little understanding as we go forward, right? Let me come back to y'all. Let's see what y'all see on the screen. Oh, y'all still see the video. Stop share, share screen, window, bang, share. Right? Y'all could do this yourself. Simple Google search, right? I'll just do it on the screen. Who are the troglodytes? A troglodyte literally means a cave dweller. Literal. That's what it means. Derived from the ancient Greek words, because it's a Greek word. A lot of the English language come from the Greek and the Latin. The Roman come from Latium. Romans come from the Greeks, right? The Hellenes. And they come from the Phoenicians, right? So they get the Greek had the Hellenistic alphabet, all right? And Phoenicians are Canaanites. Everybody? We going somewhere. All right, now, a troglodyte literally means a cave dweller. It comes from the ancient Greek words for hole or to enter. All right. Historically, it referred to actual prehistoric populations and metaphorically to animals, mythological creatures, or modern people who live in seclusion or resist societal changes. Now, Hashatan, Brad, is, I think he says West Hayden, or Brad, was you asking what's Hashatan means the Satan, the adversary, I mean.
What's happening?
He said, what's happening? Oh, what's happening? All right, that was slang. All right. All right, thank you, Hakim. She's like, I'm like, Hashatan? I'm like, that's Shatan, the Shatan, the adversary. Like, I'm saying what's happening. What's happening, huh? All right, Shalom King. All right, let me continue. Now, shout out to Brad. Now, y'all know, now, a troglodyte is also what they would call someone who lived in holes, because also people were hole dwellers. Like the Osden, those were the worst ones, bro. The ones who lived in the ground, underground, and they would put camouflage holes over the ground, and you would walk and fall in. So the hole dwellers were troglodytes as well. All right. So the historical troglodyte is Greek. Ancient Greek geographers and historians, most notably Herodotus and Strabo, used the term troglodyte to describe specific tribes who lived in caves, primarily along the western coast of the Red Sea in regions like Egypt and modern-day Ethiopia. Crazy work. Everybody listen, that they had they had us all just steady. The white man was in the caves, white man cave people. Now we're going to go there. We're going to go in the scripture. Yes, there were whites in caves. Yes, most of the so-called whites civilization were in the caves. Yes, they were when they came out. But there was a lot of blacks in there and some before they were in there. But they don't teach us this history. We need to learn all history. Get out your trauma, get out your feelings, and learn the truth. You should want to know the truth over your feelings any day. That's me. Give it to me raw and cut with no chaser. You understand? Come on, who cares? Y'all already know how we do on this ministry. The Most High always got us. Open your eyes so you can see. Now listen clearly. The troglodytes who lived in caves more primarily lived along the western coast of the Red Sea. I'm going to show you the map. Literally on the eastern coast of the Red Sea is Jerusalem, Israel, Phoenicia. Right on the western coast, that's Egypt, Ethiopia. That's the Memphis, Alexandria. Do you understand? So the troglodytes lived on the primarily along the western coast of the Red Sea in regions like Egypt and modern-day Ethiopia. They were described as nomadic pastoralists who wore animal skins, fought with crude weapons, and lived off their livestock and reptiles. Contrary to popular belief, troglodytes aren't just ancient history. Millions of people around the world still live in underground or carved rock dwellings today. Yeah, they do. And a lot of people are going back to it because it's a lot more efficient, especially with the serpent sea trying to take all the housing. It's actually natural living. If you know how to structure a rock cave dwelling, it can be cool and it can be warm. And you understand? Oh, yeah. A lot of people are structuring themselves to go back to the original dwellings. You understand? And depending on the region you come from. All right? Now listen, millions of people around the world still live in underground or carved rock dwellings today. In China, tens of millions of people reside in yaodongs. I don't know how to say it, whatever you say, yaodongs, which are subterranean homes carved into the lowest plateaus. Okay? And in France, the Anjou regions is famous for its 12th century human habitations carved out of tufu stone. In Tanzania, that's Northeast Africa, ancient vertical homes hewn out of rock serve as functional modern dwellings and hotels. Because the word evolved to mean primitive, it is frequently used to describe someone who behaves in a backward manner. That's when someone called you a troglodyte. They're trying to disrespect you. It is unacquainted with the modern world or refuses to accept new technology society. It's also widely used as a synonym for a recluse or a hermit, right? All right, now y'all know troglodyte. All right, now I'm gonna show, let's do this. And I'm gonna get back to the video. I'm gonna show something, right? Let me do this. Where is it? There. All right, I'm gonna show, right, some modern images, right? Because you could just Google images of designer caves. So these are people, we did that before on one of our lessons that showed cultures. I can't open it though. It's too small. Because if I click it, it's gonna open all these tabs and I can't. Oh man, I should have screenshotted some of them. But anyway, y'all could Google this one day if y'all want. Images of designer caves. And they making these things look beautiful, bro. I ain't telling us to live in a cave. I'm just giving you a more understanding that it wasn't all savage like. Okay? So all ancient cultures who lived in caves weren't doing bestiality and slave like some other cultures. All right? All right. So anyway, y'all could Google that and just go through. So a lot of people, like this one is crazy dope. Right? That one's crazy dope. That's cave-inspired interior design. So some people are making their home look like it. That's crazy work. So some people are making their home to look like a cave. That's crazy. All right, but anyway, all right, let me get back. Now, I wanted to show that troglodyte thing because we've been lied to again. And the point is about the ancient along the Red Sea. They called them troglodytes, those who lived in the caves along the coast of the Red Sea in Egypt and Ethiopia, Ham's descendants. All right, let's continue. Let me get back. Hold on. Come back here. Let's get back to the video. And I got some stuff to bring out. May the Father guide this lesson so I can do it correctly. All right, here we go. So now that I showed y'all that, now y'all have more understanding when Herodotus said the Garamantes, y'all going to see and learn who they are. They have 4-horse chariots in which they chase the troglodyte Ethiopians. All right, let's go. So was the Somalians cavemen? Were they troglodytes? Crazy work. This is crazy work. All right, let's continue.
4-horse chariots, in which they chase the troglodytes Ethiopians, who of all the nations whereof any account has reached our ears, are by far the swiftest of foot. Their language is unlike that of any other people. It sounds like the screeching of bats. But a name more familiar to our modern ears is this one, Afar. Don't recognize it? There, fixed it. Afar would later morph into the word Africa, but it was also used interchangeably with Libya. Martial, epigrams, 1st century AD. You are laughed at, Afar.
Now, martial epigram of the 1st century AD mentions a word. We taught this word, Hakyama, was called Afar. And Afar. Now, the Afar region was the region they called them the Afar people. All right? It wasn't no Africa. We actually did this lesson. Okay? So it's the Afariya people. Now, ancient historians and ancient Romans, ancient Hellenes, all of them, they understand the Afar people. I was going to do some, but I'm going to do it another time about this witchcraft of this Africa deity. We did it before, but I'm going to go in a deeper lesson. Afar. And that's this, Afar, because the A was before an E. You understand? All right? So Afar. All right? Now, there's a deity of this Africa person, right? They were the Afar people. For those who watched that lesson, it was a great lesson. All right? And we showed the region of them and all of it. But anyway, let's continue.
Don't recognize it? There, fixed it. Afar would later morph into the word Africa, but it was also used interchangeably with Libya. Martial, epigrams, 1st century AD. You are laughed at, Afar.
Now he said, you are laughed at, Afar. You Afar. Now let me explain with this Afar and also Kafar. You know, they call us Kafirs, Kafas, Kafars, right? So again, the different cultures change it a little. He says, Marital epigram says, you are laughed at, Afar, and derided much more than you would be were you to walk naked in the middle of the farm. Now, this image is really traumatizing, but for those who understand this image, this is the Afar, and this is the ancient Hellenistic pottery. All right? And this vase that goes with this image of the words, this is woolly white hair, okay? And I'm going to show you, we did it already, ancient Hellenes, everybody in the ministry. Doesn't this look just like it's the ancient Hellenes vase, okay? Where the Greeks became where they became Hellenists. It's their gods. So he's dancing or doing whatever, and there's he got, for those who see what's hanging, just ignore that. But anyway, so I meant to grab, because for the newer people who haven't been at our ministry, I know where I could find it. I did the Greek, I did the Hellenist. What's the name? It gotta be, let me see, hopefully I put it in Greek. Hopefully I put a G. Greek, yep. I gotta try to find, there you go. Now where you at? Where's Helens? There you go. There we go. Double click. All right, let me show you what I'm talking about. Thank you. I'll be trying to situate my stuff because I never know doing a live stream when I'm gonna need to find something on the spot. Because live is a skill set. This live thing is no joke. Praise the Most High, I'm becoming the master of it. So watch this. Stop share screen. Come back to the video. Let me show y'all this for the newer people who never see. So this right here is Helen. So this is the vase, right? Helen at the bottom center right being presented with the twins Aeolus and Boreas by a shepherd in the depiction of the story of Melanippe from Euripides' Lost Play, dating from the late 4th century. This is the Greek sculpture. Now y'all see this vase? Ain't that the same vase? Okay. So look at the ancient Greek. Look at that. Look. I'm sorry, not sorry. Look at the ancient Greek. Look at that afro. Look at that sister. We done did this a bunch of times. All right? Look at this. These are deities that they worship. You see the angel looking to the princess? Look at her afro. Okay? Look at this brother's fro. Y'all see that woolly fro? Okay? And this is Helen. This, you see this? You see those spikes sticking up on his hair? White woolly fro? And he's passing the twins. This is how the Greek culture got their god. And look at his woolly fro with a hoodie on being passed to twins. And we did it the other time. If I scroll in, you see these two little twins, the little black twins. All right? Aeolus and Boreas. Oh, however you say their name. All right? We broke this down. Now, this is the god Helen. This is who the Greeks come from, the Hellenes. This is the god they serve. Okay? And this is a black man with white curly hair. You see his woolly hair. Okay? You see his big curly afro. And you see all the sisters, curly afros. All right? Now this ain't we ain't make this up. You can look this up. All right? This is in the museums in Greece right now, in all the museums, right? So now now look at the vase, see the structure in the vase? This is the Greco-Hellenist pottery, okay? How they depict their culture and their gods, all right? And goddesses. That's another sister with afro. We zoomed in on before on the other one, right? But let me go back. Yeah, there's Leroy again, right? That's Uncle Jojo. Uncle Jojo passing Uncle Tommy, the twins, okay? Leroy looking on like, all right, but anyway, let's continue. Now, let me go back because I showed you that vase, right? That's Helen. That's where the Greek got their name, the gods, okay? Now, when I go back to this video, look. Matter of fact, I don't know if I did a screenshot of it. I don't think so, but I'm about to do it because I want to look at it. Let me close that, right? I don't want to see. Y'all ignore the Greeks are nasty. Sorry, guys, they're gross. So just ignore the dingling that he got hanging, right? They nasty, right? They always, right? And no disrespect. I ain't gonna go there. I was about to say something. Ain't no need to say that. All right, now let me go back. I can go back from my Greek file, right? And then I can go back to my screenshot file. Bang. I'll scroll down because I want to see something. I'm gonna see what he looks like close up. Right? Double click. Bang. Come back to y'all. Stop share. Come back here. Bang, share screen, bang, this one. Entire screen. I don't know what that means. Window, yeah, share. There we go. All right, let me see. Y'all ignore his, let me try to look at. Yep, that's an afro. That's what I wanted to see. That's a white woolly afro. And you see his color, right? That look like a, I don't know if it's that's a man. You don't be knowing with the Greeks, bro. And they always be naked and they be just doing some nasty stuff. I can't mess with these Greeks, bro. These Greeks are gross, bro. All right. So, but anyway, you said that's Tyrone, right? I don't know what's going on, right? He's like, does he got boobs? I don't know, bro. These Greeks be doing some nasty stuff. And they make these images up. So they make these characters up, like Helen and them, and they be making them, I don't know, bro. That's nasty. But anyway, I just wanted to see his face up close, but I don't want to see everything else. So let's get back to the video. Share screen, bang, share. So Marshall Epigram said, you're laughed at first. Sound like coffers to me. I swear it sound like coffers. Africans, and derided much more than you would be. You say you got a belly ring too. You would be were you to walk naked in the middle of a forum. Like, why should I be walking naked? That's how you know you in Greek and Rome. Once they start talking, because you know everything they do is naked, with their little wee-wees all the way out and all over the place, right? So, and they depend. All right, let me stop. So anyway, you see what they're saying? You would be, if you would walk naked in the middle of a forum, you would be laughed at. I don't know, maybe because. All right, let's continue. Yeah, the Romans too. That's what I said. And Romans got it from the Greek, and Romans is much worse.
African, and derided much more than you would be were you to walk naked in the middle of the forum. Just so do people point at the black elephant carrying its Libyan driver of...
Hold on, Tamaya. Come on, Tamaya. Receipts. Martial marital epigrams. He says, you are laughed at first, blacks, and derided much more than you would be were you to walk naked in the middle of the forum.
Were you to walk naked in the middle of the forum. Just so
do people point at. Just so, also, people point at you. Just like people point at the black elephant carrying its Libyan driver of similar hue. The black elephant, Tamaya, Hannibal, Carthage, the Garamanti. All right? The black elephant carrying its Libyan driver. Libyan and Afra was one. That's what they were called. Okay? Yep. Hannibal. Facts. With his afro riding the elephant. Everybody? The black elephant carrying its Libyan driver of similar hue. Black like his black elephant.
Do people point at the black elephant carrying its Libyan driver of similar hue? Virgil's Moritum, circa 70 to 19 BC. His only housekeeper.
Virgil's Moritum, 17 and 19 BC. His only housekeeper, she was of the Afra race. This is before they named this the Afra region. When we broke down on our lesson, Hakyama would find it and put it up. The Afra is it's the one, I think you remember which one it is, Hakyama. All right? We broke that whole history down. His only housekeeper, she was of the Afra race, her whole figure bearing proof of her native land, her hair tightly curled, her lips thick, her color very dark, with broad chest and breasts that hung low. That's hilarious. She needed a bra. That's all that means, right? Her breasts hung low, and with her waist somewhat pinched and compressed, having slender legs. Okay? Crazy work, but his only housekeeper was a Alpha race, of the Alpha race. This is what they were called. All right? Now, I screenshotted the image. I'm going to have to do this back and forth, right? So let me grab it, right? Because I got a lot of images. Let me just grab the image now so that what I'm going to do, I'm going to go through the images and then I can let the video play so we already know what the images look like up close, right? Because I screenshot everything so we can get a good look at what's happening. All right. So let me grab her, right? It should be after. There she go. Something's look out of order though. But anyway, it's after that dude with his little wee hanging, right? Oh, that was the Hannibal one. There she go. All right, so I can go from there, right? Phrygia. Okay. That's what I'm gonna do. So I'll go forward a little bit, and then I don't gotta stop and show the image. All right. So here we go. All right. So come back to y'all thing. Stop share screen, window, bang, share. So this is the image, right? So that's her face, right? See the nose, see the lips, okay? And we're going somewhere. I'm about to show you a civilization, okay? And that's the description. The next image, this is the real receipts that you want, guys. This is the real receipts. 1845, London. This is from Maximus Planudes, from 1290 to 1350. Now, all that Maximus, that's all Greek. Y'all know what else is a Maximus, right? Gluteus Maximus, right? So whenever y'all see all this Maximus and all that stuff, that's what they was all about, all right? Same thing Chud and that black witch was doing pegging. They weren't doing nothing but pegging. Yeah, we got to have those receipts. I know what we do. Come on, Ivan. You know what we do, all right? Listen, guys. Vita Isepi. Hold on, though. Everybody, hold on. Hold the horses on. Aesop? Did we just learn the Aesop fables? The Aesop. Does this say Vita Isepi? Uh-huh. Yeah, it does. Aesop. All right, let's continue. This is Phrygia, where Aesop, we getting there, where they said he came from. He was Phrygian for everybody. They like to make us think the Phrygians weren't black. The cannibal in them weren't black and all of it. All right? And this is Lycia, Taurus. We're in the Anatolia. They call this Turkey now. It's Hittite land. Okay? All right? The Mediterranean. Uh-oh. What's spinning? Okay, it stopped. All right, let's continue. This is an ancient Hellenist sculpture. Greek, Hellenes. You see the nose. You know the nose always, on our sculptures, the nose always just happened to be broken. I guess our noses was too big and right? You know they always like breaking the nose. But look at them. Look at old Chuck. Ain't nothing but Ray Ray. Look at Ray Ray. Ray Ray, what are you doing in the sculpture? All right, look at this sister. Now these are ancient, y'all gonna see in the video, ancient Hellenes, ancient Alpha, ancient, what you call ancient African sculptures from Hellenes. But look at the locks. Very interesting. She got twists, lock twist. That ain't number Cleophas. Lock twists, right? A lot of them all had locks. So look, see him? And she got her locks right. Them locks is looking right. Yeah, she got 2 twist locks and they looking right. They looking neat and clean, right, guys? That's one thing I know. I know some locks. Who cares if my hair is like that now in the two-strand twist? Mm-hmm. All right, let's continue. Ancient relics, they don't show you. Now, I showed y'all this a couple of times. It's that ancient oil vase where they put the oil in the head. And she got them starter locks, right? Y'all seen these. But now we learning the Garamantes. Now we about to find out, because they always try to tell you everybody's Moors. These weren't Moors. Now this is supposed to be, everybody, Aesop. Now y'all remember Aesop fables, library, right? The horse and the tail. We're gonna go there because we're going with the Garamantes. I'm just going back and forth. This is supposed to be one of the most realistic images of Aesop. They got a little bit of the pot belly, and there you go. He's supposed to have big lips, a big nose, and they said he was very unattractive, right? I ain't dissing the elder. It is what it is. But that looked like Uncle Remus. If that don't look like Uncle Cleophas, I swear that looked like Cleophas. Boy, I swear I know a lot of people that got that look. And you know how he looking? Look how he looking. Whoever made this, they caught him, really realistic. Look at his eyes. The eyes are saying everything. But look at his locks. Yeah, that's Uncle Remus right there, right? How you talk? I'm like, that boy look like Remus right there. Look at his locks. Aesop, this is the Aesop fables. That's all in the Library of Congress that everybody is quoting, that even the Hebrew Messiah was quoting this man, and he was a slave. That's a Frisian cap. Frisian. That's the cap that the Frisians wore. He was a Greek slave. And he was short. He was really short. And they describe him in a bunch of horrific ways too. Yeah, they make him, they made him even, they did him dirty, just describing him as all messed up. The crazy part is a lot of the descriptions that I've read, that's how the Messiah was described. Hunchback. That's why you see his shoulders look kind of twisted, contorted. So they said he had a lot of deformities, right? And that's Aesop, everybody, with his locks. All right. He's small. He's really small. And probably was premature. Probably, it was rough back then. Now this is ancient Greek Helen's frescoes and pictures, right? And, they'll show you this, right? You see, she looked real strong to be a woman, but it's a woman, so, right? But, look, they always have the little naked, see the little statues, they always got their little wee-wees. These Helens are nasty, right? But what people don't show in this image, and look, he's naked reading the book, but look what's behind him. So you won't see that. So that's a Black person holding the book. Yeah, that's something like, I don't know what that's what's the name, locks, his blonde hair, or if that's supposed to be some type of, but he's holding the book. And this dude is naked, like they always be. They got their little naked statues and stuff. And this, I guess, is supposed to be a girl, but that is some man's arms if I ever see. That's man energy, bro. I'm like, I don't know, bro. These people are crazy. I can't tell. You can't tell with the Roman and Greeks, bro. It's crazy work messing with the Greco-Romans. I'm good trying to guess. All right. So anyway, let's continue. Now, this was an ancient author, Jack Herbert Driedberg. He said Aesop was an African who, taken in slavery, drifted to Asia Minor and the islands. His very name, Aesop, perverted from Ethiop, indicates his African origin. The reason why Jack Herbert Driedberg had to say these statements is because they're trying to steal Aesop's identity, guys. Because he was the most notable proverb, fable writer of all history and times, and every nation quotes him. His moral teachings, even the Messiah, the Hebrew Messiah, was quoting him. You heard? Through our Bible. And of course, they're stealing his identity. This one is largely, talking about Aesop, his largely moralist folk tales are parallel to Nubian folklore, exogenous animals, scarabs, jackals, foxes, monkeys, apes, elephants. So in Aesop's tales, he's speaking of animals that didn't exist in Greece. Those animals he was describing did not exist in Greece. So these are some of the historians pointing out that he couldn't have been what you call Greek, because he spoke of scarabs, jackals, foxes, monkeys, apes, elephants, crocodiles, scorpions, lions, camels, poisonous asps, and huge snakes. And it illustrates many of his tales. Such animals did not physically exist in contemporary Greece, but they were common all through ancient Nubia, through the Afro-Asiatic. That's why they call us Afro-Asiatic, everybody. Before it was Afro-Asiatic, so all those people with our afros, Afro-American, we ain't become African-American until Jesse Jackson started that crap. All right? We were Afro-Asiatic people. That's why they call it the Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of languages. Shem, everybody. Google Hebrew, Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of language. Aramaic, Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of language. Phoenician, Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of language. Afro-Asiatic. The Afro people. Do you understand? That's where they get, that's what when they start calling the Afrikaans, because we were the Afro-Asiatic people. We come from West Asia, right? On the Red Sea, the east side of the Red Sea, the west side of the Red Sea. All right, the Afro-Asiatic people that come from there, from Shem, that's what they call it, Shemitic group of languages. That's where the Afro, there you go, she got it. How this video says, we opened the 1680s book, tells how blacks became Afro-Asiatics, how they made Jesus Aramaic. That video, we broke it down. All right, let me get back to the video. I had some more. All right, there we go. So these are the baby books. Baby's Own Aesop. Walter Crane, 1887. Baby's Own Aesop. They don't tell you that this is a black man. But all cultures, 1800s, telling children's stories, everybody used Aesop. And then they drew this and said, this is Aesop. See that, guys? That's disgusting. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Over on that stream, they don't let you click the link over there. So you probably got to copy it. I'll try to remember to pin it at the top, but I don't know. I'll probably forget. If Hakyam, if you can remind me to pin that link at the top for who cares. But if you can somehow, if you can screenshot or grab it, you can type it into our channel and it'll come up. or you type it in. All right. So now this is how they hijack, right? Then I showed y'all these, right? But this is all through Greece and Rome. You see? All right, let's continue. Let me get back now. All right, let's get back to the video. I just want to show some of the images, right? As we stop share screen. Let's get back to the video. And then I'm gonna get to the Garamantes. I'm probably gonna hurry up. It's 12:50. I'm gonna hurry up. I need to get through this video. Go to Chrome tab, Garamantes, share. There we go. All right. So Virgil's
was of the Afar. His only housekeeper, Virgil's Moreton, circa 70 to 19 BC. His only housekeeper was of the Afar or African race. Her whole figure bearing proof of her native land. Her hair tightly curled, her lips thick, her collar most dark, with broad chest and breasts low hanging, and with a waist somewhat pinched or compressed, having thin calves. And would you look at that, today the only people who carry the tribal appellation Afar on the African continent are these people, literally the Afar people of Eritrea, Somalia and modern-day Ethiopia. A keen observer cannot fail to identify their kinky curly locks and physical features displayed in bygone antiquity on ancient panels detailing North Africans in the army of Emperor Trajan battling the Dacian Empire, which covered modern-day Romania and parts of Ukraine. These Libyan or African faces have even been found in excavations in modern-day Romania. Faces like this.
So these are the ancient Romanians, okay? And if you go through the culture, you'll see it everywhere. All right? I don't want to have to stop it to be shown. I got so many things that I could show. I don't want to stop it each time. But anyway.
Undeniably African, undeniably black. These are the people to which the Greeks attributed their knowledge of the fable, the Libyan, the African. But what of that first term used by Aristotle and Quintilian, Aesopian? Why does it sound so eerily similar to this word, Ethiopian? The generic word used by the ancient Greeks to refer to blacks when they were clueless as to which exact nation of Ethiops.
Now, for those who know history, it was a time that the other nations, whenever they would see black and we were all called Ethiopian. That meant black. That's why they asked in the Bible, who would they ask? Wasn't it Moses? Who was that? Paul? Guys, the one where it says, ain't you that Ethiopian? Who is that? Paul or Moses? Messiah. Shia all or Messiah. Somebody help me, right? When they said, ain't you that Ethiopian, right? And I think that was Shia all, Paul. He said, no, I'm Shia all from the tribe of Benjamin. All right? So, thank you. Thank you, Naya. That was Paul. Thank you. So, that's why they thought he was that. So, anybody black, listen clearly, they asked Paul in the Bible, who was that, the Romans? Ain't he that Ethiopian? They wouldn't have asked Paul if he was an Ethiopian if he wasn't blackety black. Do you understand? They're not gonna. Ethiopian meant black face, the burnt face people. So they called all black at that time, from the Hellenes came up with that Ethiopian terminology. All blacks were called Ethiopian. That's similar to an Ethiop, but that's okay. Let me explain. Ivan, well, you probably know that Ethiopian is Ethiopian. That's how you say it in Greek. So this right here is saying Ethiopian. So that AE is how you say E, just like Aesop. All right. So that's Ethiopian. But in English later, it got into Latin, and then in English it became without the A, just Ethiopian. But yes, you probably know that anyway. But yes, so they wouldn't have asked Paul if he was that Ethiopian. Same thing they asked Moses, was he that Egyptian? You understand? All right, let's continue.
One might belong to, whether of Libya, Egypt, or of Kush. First of all,
And go back a little. Now, this is supposed to be crazy work, an ancient bust, another bust of Aesop, the fable writer. Look at the size of that nose. Boy, now that's a schnauzer. That looked like Bubba. Now we got black names for some of our people. That is Bubba, if I ever seen Bubba. I'm like, Bubba, what is you doing? How did you get in this museum? Mama, Bubba is in the museum. I don't know what Bubba did. Bubba done put his face in the museum, Mama. You get a butt whooping for that. Bubba, you gonna get your butt whooped. I'm telling Mama, because she ain't about to beat me because what you done did. What you done did, Bubba? He'd be like, I ain't did nothing. I don't know this thing look like me. She said, that's Rupert. Right. I'm like, Bubba done put his safe in the museum. We over here. And Mama be like, boy, these Greek, we over here in Greece. And these old Greek people, they never, Bubba, what did you do? You're like, Mama, I'm telling you, I didn't do this. So why this face in this Greek? These are white people. Why is your face doing here in this Greece museum? But anyway, so this is another bust that they're drawing of Aesop, all right? His image. But anyway, let's continue.
why does it sound so eerily similar to this word, Ethiopia? The generic word used by the ancient Greeks to refer to blacks when they were clueless as to which exact nation of Ethiops one might belong to, whether of Libya, Egypt, or of Kush. First of all, Aesop the fabulist, Aesop the man, was not a myth. Details of his life, writings, and speeches may be lost to time, but accounts closest to his day spoke of him in real terms, detailing his place of birth, status, nationality, and even ethnicity. Herodotus, writing almost nearly 2 centuries from Aesop's supposed lifetime, says that he lived in Thrace, but was initially enslaved to one Iadmon. By birth, he was a Phrygian from Amorion in Phrygia. He was ugly in the extreme, long in the head, short-necked, snub-nosed.
Now this is how they describe Herodotus. Herodotus described Aesop, and they all described him, and it got worse. As the cultures described him, they made him uglier and uglier and uglier. It's kind of nasty. But Herodotus said by birth he was a Phrygian from Amorion in Phrygia. He was ugly in the extreme, long head, short neck, snub nose, that's a fat nose, black, and mustached. So all that's horrible work. They was calling it ugly, but it's horrible work, but it just is what it is. That's just history, right? And so if Herodotus, the Greek historian, described him like that, why, if I go now to Wikipedia, now they showing you that other image I showed you? You see what I mean? It says black, literally, and mustache with a big nose. But anyway, short neck, long head. It's crazy work. All right, but let's continue.
Black and mustached. For centuries, this description goes undisputed, as well as the very obvious implications for Aesop's ethnic type. Then in the 12th century, something big happens. This man appears on the scene, linguist, anthologist, and scholar monk Maximus Planudes, responsible for bringing the Hellenized East and the Latinized West closer together by his translations of hundreds and hundreds of works of literature, religion, science, and rhetoric from Greek to Latin and back again. We don't know exactly what other works Maximus Planudes was privy to when he came to comment on Aesop's fables, but this is what he had to say.
Maximus Planudes, the most famous Greek historian in charge with transliterating almost all the Greeks into the Latin. This is how you go from the Hellenes to the Roman. Then later from the Latin, we went to the English and stuff. See? Now, he wrote about Aesop. And he said, Aesop was not only a slave, but also the most ugly of all the men of his time, but almost the most ugly of all the men of his time. For he had a long head, a flat nose, depressed neck, protruding lips, and was black, from which he received his name. For Aesop is the same as Ethiop. Everybody being, now these are from these ancient historians. Now he Maximus, probably Gluteus and this Bootius. I hope not, right? He ain't got nothing on under this dress thing. But anyway, let's continue. Now, what I'm pointing out, just forget I said that. But what I'm pointing out, boy, the Diddy and Epstein ain't got nothing on these Greeks and Romans. Let me tell y'all something. All right, that's where it come from. The Chud the builder, Chud the butt plug. That's where the stuff come from. All right, now listen. It says Aesop, he said Maximus Plundius Mudimus. He said Aesop is the same as Ethiop. And Ethiop is the blacks. You see? Let's continue. And I showed you Library of Congress, the bread wrap, the bat and the mouse, every fable storytelling you tell is coming from Aesop. This is the craziest history, honestly, that's nuts. That like every last, like all our phrases, terminologies, all people's poetry and these proverbs are coming from this Aesop. And he had the last laugh. One of his fables, one of his stories is I'm paraphrasing this horribly. It was Aesop got the last laugh, meaning they killed him, they threw him off the cliff, they tried to erase him and everything, but nobody's talking about the Delphi. But the whole world is quoting Aesop. So he got the last laugh. He actually wrote one of his history came to pass that everybody in the whole entire planet is quoting from Aesop and we don't even know it. Crazy work. I'm a little slave boy. That part. All right, let's continue.
He was not only a slave, but also the most ugly of all the men of his time, for he had a long head, a flat nose, a depressed neck, protruding lips, and was black, from which he received his name,
like,
for Aesop is the same as Ethiop.
That's horrible. He had a flat nose. What do you do? I'm like, your mama got a flat nose. I'm sorry. I'm making a jokey joke. I repent. But I would have said that because I'm from the old school. I ain't nobody going to tell me all that. And I'm going to just sit there. I'll say your mama in a minute. That's old stuff. I know nowadays it don't mean nothing. But back in the days, that was fighting words. But anyway, let's continue.
Planides fleshes out the conflation of Aesops with Ethiops in the minds of many scholars of his day by confirming that Aesop was originally an epithet coming from a malapropism of Ethiop into Aesop. Combine that with the 1st century description of the Grecian fabulist and Eureka. But hang on, how can a black guy hail from ancient Greece, Phrygia to be precise? Weren't those regions firmly within the Hellenistic world? Isn't Phrygia modern-day Turkey? Ignored by today's so-called academics and classicists, the Greeks detail these interactions with blacks not just in their accounts of the founding of many of their cities by colonizing Egyptians and Ethiopians, but also in their artifacts. Surprise, surprise then, they want you to ignore everything that doesn't fit their chauvinistic narrative of we did everything, blackie did nothing. Ignore artifacts like this, of unknown provenance, but most likely depicting Aesop the man in his lowest state before gaining his freedom, as the classical accounts tell us. Complete with quintessential Phrygian cap and a beggar's plate, the statue itself fits the fleshed-out description of the man from ancient accounts, which go on to tell us that Aesop was mustached, with a protruding belly, and a failure before gaining his freedom, fame, and notoriety for his inventive stories rich with deep philosophical meanings. Anti-Woke PLC want you to ignore this image on a coin found at the ancient Greek city of Delphi, where the classical accounts say Aesop died whilst on a diplomatic mission, employed to use his oratorical gifts at the behest of kings. They want you to ignore this pygmy Ethiops immortalized on the roof of the Sistine Chapel, assisting the Oracle of Delphi, Michelangelo's.
That's what this is. Thank you. This is written on the Sistine, right, of these ditties, because that's what they is. Epstein is in that Sistine Chapel. They ain't nothing but ditty stuff. But it's all the way at the top, and it's the Oracle of Delphi. So this is Aesop. That's supposed to be a depiction of Aesop, all right, with the Oracle of Delphi. But they never teach you this history.
His oratorical gifts at the behest of kings. They want you to ignore this pygmy Ethiops immortalized on the roof of the Sistine Chapel, assisting the Oracle of Delphi, Michelangelo's silent nod to what he thought would never be controversial, what everyone in his time knew, what even those that came after.
So he drew Aesop, Michelangelo, right? And then, of course, they didn't think, Most High breadcrumbs everywhere. Yeah, he do.
Michelangelo knew. People like historian and anthropologist Jack Herbert Dryburgh in his 1932 Spectator article, quote, Aesop was an African who, taken in slavery, drifted to Asia Minor and the islands. His very name, Aesop, perverted from Ethiop, indicates his African origin. They want you to ignore the characters littered across Aesop's fables, animals no parochial Phrygian could have known of. Richard Loban Jr., in his 2002 article, Was Aesop a Nubian Kumaji, a folkteller? Quote, his largely moralist folktales are parallel to Nubian folklore. Exogenous animals, for example, scarabs, jackals, foxes, monkeys, apes, elephants, crocodiles, scorpions, lions, camels, poisonous asps, and huge snakes illustrate many of his tales. Such animals did not physically exist in contemporary Greece, but were common in Nubia. Some of his tales were said to be of Libyan origin, a common classical reference for Africa. Modern Nubian folklore is rich in animal themes, and a common theme in African folklore in general is based on the trickster characters and cunning exploits that are common in Aesop's fables. Perhaps he was many men, teeming boundlessly across the Mediterranean into times and places they weren't supposed to be in. But come now, such a thought would terrify some. Let us not frighten these bitter, joyless, little men who even the vertically challenged Aesop would tower over as they look upward to behold with horror their Grecian god of tales, Aesop the Ethiop, Aesop the Black.
Alright, now y'all know who Aesop is. Library of Congress, all the stories. Now I'm about to break down the Garamantes. Let's go. Hannibal, the Garamantes, the civilization that they wrote out of history. All right, now I got to do this correctly. All right, so I put this together, right? Because I made the images for y'all, the kingdoms. So let me go. How I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna use the website, right? Let me do, because it comes up clearer on the website. This is beautiful work. I know I'm not doing all I'm supposed to do because I'm gonna run out of time, but that's all right. I'll finish it another time. But I'm getting a decent amount done. All right. So before I get to that, the Garamantes, right? So let me go, because then I'm gonna get to there, because we're gonna go to the Cavemen, also from the Garamantes, right? If I can catch there today, right? So Herodotus, hold on, let me see. All right, Herodotus described the Garamantes as a very great nation. Herodotus, the Greek historian, described the Garamantes as a very great nation who herded cattle and farmed dates. All right. And according to Herodotus, the Garamantes used 4-horse chariots to hunt the troglodyte Ethiopians. All right. Now, the Garamantes were a powerful ancient Afra civilization that flourished in the Sahara Desert. Right now, they call it southwestern Libya, right? Where Gaddafi is now. We going somewhere. These are not Moors, right? So again, they making everything Moors, because no disrespect, but the Moors were sellouts, so they're using it to replace the Hebrews and the other cultures. Now, the Garamantes were one of the most powerful ancient African civilization that made an oasis in the Sahara Desert, in the middle of the desert. From 500 BCE to 700 BCE is when they flourished their civilization. And the ancient Greece and the classical Roman historians speak of them building an empire fueled by complex underground irrigation networks and trans-Saharan trade. The Romans, the Greeks, and others in the Mesopotamian and Mediterranean kingdoms, Anatolian Olam, came and traded with the Garamantes. I'm going to show you in a second. In the middle of the Sahara Desert, they built a sprawling empire, and they built underground irrigation networks. They got their water from the inner earth in the middle of the desert. I'm going to show you. They were called the most, industrious, civilized nation of desert innovation. Now, if you look now, they're trying to, as always with history, rewrite their accomplishments. And they call them, I'm going to show you too, they call them desert barbarians. I'm going to show y'all what they created. They constructed large fortified mud brick cities. They sustained a large agrarian society by building thousands of miles of underground tunnels called fagaras to extract ancient fossil water from deep aquifers. The Romans were their rivals. The Romans were trading partners, and later, as greedy people do, they became military adversaries. They defended their territory, and they also raided the Roman settlements along the North African coast. They were a largely indigenous African, and they call them now Berbers. This is another way, everybody, of them removing the black. The original Berbers, the original Carthaginians, the original Hannibal was one of these Garamantes. So they'll say Berber, and when you look at Berber, they'll show you another race of people, but you won't think these original blacks. They were an indigenous African Berber population who raised cattle and fought using horse-drawn chariots. Okay? Where the Hellenes got it from. They practiced mummification and developed their own Berber script. They had their own Libico, and Libico is Ethiopic. It was Afar, synonymous script. All right. Now I'm gonna show y'all. Let's show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all the website. It's really dope. Y'all gonna see it clear. All right. Now, yeah. The civilization ultimately collapsed around 7th century, 600s due to a combination of climate change and the depletion of their water source, all right, and regional political instability. All right, now I'm going to grab the website. I put it here, not there. The Moral Life of Aesop. Oh, I was supposed to do that, but I'll do that another time. Because Aesop, it was so dope, his life, that they gave him the fable. All right, let me share it. Stop share, because I'm going there anyway. Stop share, share screen. Let me get back to the Garamonte. But let me show this. The Life of Aesop. This is an article in Cambridge University published this. This is how powerful Aesop. He got the last laugh. Shout out history, right? Real history. And the Life of Aesop is an entertaining yet profound account of Aesop's life from the 1st to 2nd centuries. There has been Aesop. Aesop. All right, hold on. This supposed moral is not born out of the ending. Aesop, the Life of Aesop may read as a metaphor, but there has been, in my view, a widespread, perversely negative interpretation of the supposed moral of this life story, that pride comes before the fall. This supposed moral is not born out by the ending, in which Aesop's prophecies of doom proved to be correct. The Delphians, who killed Aesop and threw him over, they went through famine. I guess the Most High, they got back what they did. All right. It says the Aesop's prophecies of doom came forth with the Delphians, thrice punished for executing Aesop, and Aesop himself achieves everlasting fame as a storyteller. So this writer, shout out to this writer, is a white writer. He says, in this paper, I'll argue that a more fitting moral of life's Aesop is that even the weakest may find a means to avenge a wrong. This is the moral that accompanies the quintessentially Aesopic fable of the dung beetle, the hare, and the eagle, in which a tiny dung beetle triumphs over a powerful adversary. This fable of the dung beetle is pointedly narrated by Aesop to the Delphians just before he was put to death. Now, so right before Aesop was put to death, he was quoted to quote this story to the Delphians of the dung beetle, the hare, and the eagle, in which a tiny dung beetle triumphed over them. And it's crazy because he went on to be a storyteller celebrated worldwide. Now, by reading the life of Aesop as an exposition of this fable, I'll demonstrate that Aesop, just like the dung beetle, is not the loser, but Aesop is the ultimate victor. This is a great story. We're going to do it another time. The Life of Aesop, the life is a fictional biography. It survives 3 recensions, in which Vita G is the longest in thought. So it's breaking down, then it breaks down the story with the dung beetle, the Samian episodes, the Delphic episodes thoroughly. So it's pretty dope. So anyway, we'll get that another time. But it was just interesting of the dung beetle that Aesop was supposed to have told that story to the Delphines right before they threw him over. And what he told, he was the dung beetle that lived and was victorious, while nobody knows who they are. Facts. All right, so he had the completion. All right, so now let me go to because we're gonna, let me show you. I was supposed to do that. crap, I was supposed to do that with the troglodytes and because I had scripture with the cavemen. Shoot. Let me do the Garamanti. I'm gonna just come back to it. I'm gonna do the Garamanti. I'll come back to the troglodytes. We'll visit it again because I had the scriptures, bro. I got the scriptures with Esau in the mountains. I got the scriptures with the troglodytes. You heard? With the Ethiopians in the mountains. Y'all know I come with scriptures. I don't just be coming, I come with ancient receipts from ancient textbooks, and I always tie it to the Bible, you heard? Yeah, but we'll do it another time. I'm running out of time. Let me stick with the Garamanti right now. Let's knock this out. So let me find my website. Where's my website? Is it here? No, it must be, because I got plenty of them open. This one is so I ain't gonna do that tonight either. All right, so let me go. It's in this other one then. It gotta be in this one over here. Yep. No. Where is it? I could have swore. Oh, there it go. All right, I got it. So let me click it. All right, now let me see what y'all see. All right, stop share. Share screen. This is gonna be dope. Y'all gonna enjoy this. Window, bang, share. All right, let me see what y'all see. All right, so this is, let me see how big it looks on the screen. Yep, it looks full screen. The Garamantes. So there is a particular silence that settles over the Libyan Sahara Desert, not the absence of sound, but something old and heavy as though the desert itself is remembering. Deep in the Fezzan is a broad valley called the Wadi al-Ajal, lying roughly 1,000. Now this is Hannibal. This is the Garamanti kingdom that they wiped from history, that they won't tell you. All right? In the Sahara Desert. Deep in the Fezzan in a broad valley called the Wadi al-Ajal, lying roughly 1,000 kilometers south of Tripoli, that silence holds a secret. Beneath the wind-blown sand and the rubble of millennia, thousands of years, the walls of a lost civilization stand waiting. The castles of the Garamantes, a people once dismissed by Rome as barbarians, they always say that, and forgotten entirely by the modern world. For generations, these extraordinary structures were unremarked and unrecorded, hidden in plain sight across one of the most remote and inaccessible deserts on earth, the Sahara Desert. The desert kept its treasures to itself. Then in the early years of this century, teams of archaeologists armed with satellite imagery looked down from orbit and saw what no one had properly seen before. Because of satellite technology, the archaeologists now of this day was able to look down, I'm going to show you, over the Sahara Desert and seen an entire civilization looking back at them. Right? Here we go. This right here is a view from a satellite above of a fortification in the Libyan Sahara Desert. So in the middle of the Sahara Desert, they got a castle, a fortified temple. But no one would be able to see it unless you was coming from the view above, because it's uninhabitable. Ain't nobody going into the Sahara Desert. You understand? Now, what the satellites revealed was staggering. More than 100 fortified farms and villages with castle-like structures, I'm going to show you, along with several towns, most dating between AD 1 and 500 AD, mud brick walls still standing up today, up to 4 meters high, field systems, cemeteries, wells, and ghostly traces of a vast underground water network stretching for hundreds of miles beneath the Saharan rock. This was not the encampment of nomads. This was a state, sophisticated, urban, and lost to history. The Garamantes. This is the view of the ancient settlement of Gurma. This is what, now I'm going to show y'all. I brought it to life. I'm going to show y'all. In the middle of the Sahara Desert, they built a metropolis, the Garamantes, and they erased their accomplishment from history. The Garamantes were an ancient Afro civilization that flourished in the Fezzan region of southwestern Libya from about 900 to 700 to 900 BCE, a tenure of nearly 16 centuries in one of the most unforgiving environments on earth. Their territory was vast, stretching from the ancient fortified town of Goat, you're going to see, in the southeast, through the oasis chain of the Wadi al-Jal with its great castle complexes across the Merzuk Desert and to the urban center of the Shaba. At its head lay Garama, known today as Jarma or Jerma, a city that covered over 70 hectares at its peak and housed tens of thousands of people across the wider oasis belt. All right, so now I'm going to show you. These are the ruins still there. View of the ancient settlement of Germa. And I brought it to life. I'm going to show you now. So I'm going to walk it back. I'm going to go back and forth because I brought it to life. Yet, how did the people sustain cities across such an immense stretch of desert in a landscape where rainfall is effectively zero? The answer lies underground. And one of the most remarkable engineering achievements in the ancient world. Now, everybody listen. You know how some of the people hate and they come and say, yeah, we were kings, and, they disrespect, blacks. We have no civilization, no culture, which is foolish, right? Like I said, don't steal nobody else's culture and don't allow nobody to steal yours, right? You give people accolades for their accomplishments, okay? Don't ever be, that's just hater. That's wicked. It's devilish, all right? So, unfortunately, a lot of the black cultures, we keep finding civilizations now. And this one, they don't even tell you about. The Fagaras, water beneath the rock. The Garamantes solved the desert's greatest riddle through underground engineering. They dug subterranean channels called Fagaras deep into the rock to reach ancient fossil water sealed in aquifers since the Sahara Desert was green. Because there was a time when the Sahara Desert was a lush oasis, a lush paradise forest. Then let it flow. Then they dug deep into the rock, I'm going to show you, to reach ancient fossil water sealed in aquifers since the Sahara was green. How would they even know that that water was down there for their intelligence? Then they let it flow by gravity into their gardens and towns. More than 550 such channels have been traced along the Wadi al-Jal alone, a network so vast it underpinned an entire civilization. That civilization expressed itself most powerfully in stone and mud brick. I'm going to show you. At Jerma, the capital, a stone temple rose above the city on broad steps. It column porch, perhaps dedicated to Ammon. A column porch to the god Ammon. They were Canaanites. Mixed. Listen clearly. All right. Ammonites. Dedicated to Ammon, the great Libyan desert god. Elite residences with stone foundations lined its streets. View of Germa, stone to not, they weren't all Canaanites. Let me take that back. Because we served Ammonite, Amalekite, the Hebrews as well. So let me take that back. The view of Germa stone temple, all right? They had pyramids. It never fails. Oh yeah, they built pyramids. In the Sahara Desert. And the receipts are still there. They had a royal cemetery of stepped pyramidal tombs. The grandest yet found in Fezzan proclaimed the dynasty's permanence. These are the pyramids of Germa, scores of mud brick mausolea rising in steep, truncated cones from the desert floor on the outskirts of the ancient capital. Their silhouettes recalling the royal necropolises of Nubian Meroe, though their construction is entirely Garameshian in character. The largest once reached several miles in height. Many retain their tapered profiles to this day, standing in loose clusters in the desert now among the arid landscape as the most visible monument to the Garamatian royal ambition. They are, in the truest sense, the pyramids of the Sahara Desert, and they remain almost entirely unknown to the whole entire wider world. This is the satellite view of the desert. In the Sahara Desert right now, you're looking at some of the remnants of the pyramid structures of the Cavemen civilization in the Sahara Desert. You're getting some info. This is the aerial view of the Merzerk Desert, all from the satellite. Shout out to the righteous archaeologists who unleashed true history. All right? Shout out to the righteous white brothers, these archaeologists who release the true history and don't hide it. All right? Look, this is the aerial view of the ancient town of Gowat. This is in the Sahara Desert, but you would never see it unless you had a satellite view, because you would never get nowhere near to see these structures still there. This is the aerial view of the town of Gowat. I made it come to life. I'm going to show you in a second. Let me show you these. This is the aerial view of the ancient town of Gowat. The structure. See the palm trees and the dates? This is the aerial view of Gowat. This is Qazar al-Mashay, rising from the floor of the Wadi al, stands as perhaps the most emblematic of all the Gramatian castle complexes. This is a fortified castle in the middle of the Sahara Desert. This is what it looks like from the view, aerial view. So that's the one when I showed the desert and you see it way away, I brought it to life. I'm gonna show you, I use AI to help me bring it to life. This is the entrance of the tower of Qasr Tamara. All right, so let me show you, I brought it to life, then I'll come back to this. But I wanna show y'all something, because I did a Google sheet. Hold on, it gotta be over here in this one. I did a Google sheet of the water thing. Garamates, it gotta be this one. Garamates, the troglodytes, the castles of there it goes, this one. The castles of the Garamates. All right, so let me stop. Let me see what y'all see first. I know y'all ain't gonna see this one because it's a whole different window. Nope, stop share. Stop share. Share screen. Window, bang, share. So I made this Google Doc, right? Let me see, make sure y'all see what I see. Yes. Now this is the thumbnail dude. I'm gonna get back to him. They call him Dragon Man. All right? So this is, the cavemen weren't all white. These archaeologists, these scientists and stuff, they keep unlocking more stuff. This is the Denisovan. They call him Dragon Man. All right? He is, all right? This dude is blackity black. All right? Denisovan. Well, he ain't black, but scientists have reconstructed the face of a long-lost human ass that may have played a critical role in our evolution. They used a Harbin skull known as Dragon Man, which is a 150,000-year-old nearly complete human skull discovered in China in 1933. Player artist John utilized fossils and genetic data from the extinct species to recreate plastic replicas of the remains. All right? So it's supposed to be, I guess, the ancient China Dragon Man of Denisovan. All right? And you know, the original Chinese before the Khoisan and all that. But anyway, let's continue. Yeah, the Smithsonian hiding everything. Now, this I put together. No, not that. Where's my thing? No, not that. Not that. Where are you? All right, if I can't find you, then it is what it is. I know I put it, it's a different, where did I put it? I must have put it somewhere. Ah, man. Is it this one, Doggone Man? It must be in this one. No, that's breaking down Doggone Man and all of the Denisovan. The Bible, did I put it? That's when I did the troglodytes. It might be this one. Oh, out of this. Yeah, it is this one. There you go. All right. So I didn't do this one. All right. So the Garamites were pastoral people. All right. The shift. So this is what I wanted to show y'all, that they adopting, the Garamati themselves were not pastoralists, but their methods of adopting the land to support their agricultural production shows the legacy of this culture living off the land. The Quanat irrigation networks formed the technological basis for their survival. So this is what they did. The Quanat, they used an aqueduct to transport water from the underground aquifers to the surface, accessing usable water. The Quanat irrigation networks allow water to be transported without the risk of evaporation on the hot surface. So little precious water will be lost. This was ingenious. Quanats are still used today as an efficient, safe method for accessing groundwater and supplying human populations. In North Africa, these are known as fagara, but have been used by ancient civilization across the globe, all the way from China to Spain, as technology spread along the Silk Road. So this shows the cross-section of a typical Iranian Quanat system summarily utilized by the Garamantes. So the mother well, the main water source for the Quanat, access shaft permits access to the Quanat channel for construction and maintenance. The Quanat channel here, the Quanat's water carrying channel, the outlet here, and the distribution is a network. Sorry, it's clicking that. A network of dams, gates, and channels is used to distribute the water. So this is the bedrock under the Sahara Desert, and this is a water table that's been there since the Sahara was fertile, and they dug into it. This shows a cross-section of a typical Iranian Quanat system. All right? All right. So let me show y'all what this is now. All right? So the engineer marvel will soon come to bite them. They constructed the Garamantes constructed over 750 kilometers of tunnels, establishing a complex and efficient system of irrigation. With this, they were able to grow crops in the Sahara Desert, in Sahara conditions, and rule over an area of 180,000 square kilometers. However, their engineering marvel will soon come to bite them. As groundwater is a non-renewable source, the water level slowly reduced over time. When a warmer, more arid climate developed, the levels fell even more, below the levels of primary tunnels. It is thought that this led to the ultimate downfall of the Garamantes, and it's widely accepted that they ceased to exist after 700 CE. But they exist within the Tuaregs. All right? The Garamantes. All right. Now, I'm gonna show you what I built. So this is an image, an ancient image of the Garamantes. All right. All right. Now, I created, how do I show it? I created, this, I can show it. It's a video first. Show the video first, right? So I created this. Stop share screen, video, Garamantes cities video, bang, share. So I created this, right? So this is the ancient image, right, which I saw of the desert view from the satellite view of the Sahara Desert of the Garamantes, but I use AI to make it come to life. So this is what it looked like. So I use the actual description of everything described, and I gave AI the aerial view, and I gave it the actual description and my prompting, And this is the forgotten castles. The Garamatian world stretched widely from the fortified lakeside settlement. So I'm a zoom in. Let me show y'all it first, and then I'm gonna show y'all. We're gonna zoom in and look. All right. So this is what it would have. Hold on. I did it fast. So this is the sky satellite view, and this is what it would have looked like. In the middle of the desert, they built this oasis with these water channels coming from underground. This is the aerial view, and this is the aerial view, and this is what it would have looked like. This is the aerial view of the ancient city of Gannat, and this is what it looked like. I'm gonna zoom in, we're gonna come back. This is the aerial view of some more ancient walled city of Gannat. Aerial view of the ancient Garamantes, and this is what it looked like as the temple walls. This is the aerial view, and this is what the city would have looked like. Aerial view, the temple of Quasi Tamara. That's the temple, the one in the middle of the desert. When we showed it from far off, I put all the descriptions, I put everything, and this is what it would have looked like. And it's the view of the entrance into the tower of Quasi Tamara. In the middle of the desert. Do you understand? And this is early, this engineering, when no one could survive in this desert. They had a whole civilization, and everyone came to trade with them. Access, Rome, Greece, all of them. All right, now I'm gonna show you so we can zoom in. All right, so I'm gonna grab this one, and then let's go. Come back to y'all. Stop share screen. I wanted to do this really bad because it's so important. History is so important. It's very important. And you know, the dark people of this world know history important. That's why they erase it. So this is the forgotten castles. The Gramatian, and this is who Hannibal's people were. The Gramatian world stretched wildly from the fortified lakeside settlement of Gawat in the southeast through the castle-dotted oasis of the Wadi Ajal, right? Each of these places carries its own weight of time, and together they outline the reach of a character of a civilization. So this is what it looked like. Look, guys. It's amazing what we could do with AI when you know how to use it. With the right, you just need the right information, the right text, and you got to be able to prompt it correctly and know, and I praise the Most High, I know how to utilize it. So these are the aqueducts. This is the water, right? And that's the temple. See, and look, all of the desert, and they built their oasis, and they called it in history, all the Roman, Greco, it's all in history books, but they hide it. They took it out. They call it the oasis in the Sahara Desert, and they never teach us. You see all the way the palm trees line? Don't they do that in Hollywood? They do it in Florida too, right? The way they line the palm trees down, right? And that's what Herodotus said. They love date palms. They eat dates in the palms. This is all actual history. And this is where the hanging gardens of Babylon and stuff, all of that stuff with the aquifers. So a lot of this technology came from the Garamantes, and they replaced them. This is the aerial view of the Merzark Desert. All right? Let me go to the next one. Oh, I got to go back. That's another one. So this is the fortified town. Of all the Gramatian towns, Gowat may be the most quietly haunted, situated 120 kilometers southeast of Gurma, 70 from Little Gurma. It was built beside a lake, now long vanished, its bed a memory pressed into the dry earth and surrounded by palm groves that still whisper the abundance that once sustained it. So I showed y'all the other ones where I showed y'all the image of before. So this is the ancient Gowat, the lakeside fortified town. And this is how it would have looked. And they built all of this water in the middle of the desert coming from underground, under the earth, bro. They built all this with their own ingenuity and technology. Oasis in the middle of the Sahara Desert. Let's continue. Oh, go back the other way. This is the temple at Quasar al-Manashi. Mud brick. Let's continue. This would have been the streets in the city. And it drew the what you see, the graffiti thing, is because of the information I was able to feed it. So it with the ancient Libyan and Garamatian and Afar, so it did it to spec because I was able to prompt it correctly. All right, so that's why you see these graffiti, right? This stuff all over the mud brick. This is another view of another temple. This is a view to the entrance of it, as I showed when I showed the video. But now we get to like zoom in. All right. That was my thumbnail I was going to make. My first thumbnail I was going to make it. Look, were there black cavemen in ancient times? Yeah, they were. Because the Gramatians, Herodotus said, he chased the Ethiopian troglodytes. All right. So now, let me go back. I made other, before I made it get this detailed, I had to make it prompted a lot better to get such realistic. So this one is a little more cartoonish, but you can still see. But it's like, in order for me to get this workout, I got to do a lot to get it to create like this. So these ones, all right, so let me go back. So these were some of the first ones, all right? So these are the images. All right, let me go back. Oh, that's my teaching. All right, so these, the Fagaras, was water beneath the rock. They solved the desert's greatest riddle through underground engineering. They dug subterranean channels deep into the rock, right? So this, it still looks pretty dope, right? Even though it looks kind of cartoonish. I swear, if this don't remind me of ancient Egypt and ancient Babylon with the gardens, and they never let us know this civilization. Hold on. me and my Shiatna. That's me teaching in our Tuesday Bible study. All right. So this one is another image. All right. Of them. So in the middle of the desert, bro. All this is uninhabitable all around. In the middle of the desert. Then, so that's the image. A stone temple overlooking the settlement. Now this is the pyramids. So remember the image I showed y'all of the pyramids in the sand? I made a remake. The pyramids of Gurma. The step pyramidal tombs, the grandest yet found in Fazan, proclaim the dynasty's performance. These are pyramids of Gurma, scores of mud brick mausolea rising in step. So I made it build it. And these are their mausoleums, their tombs, where they built all of this in the desert. The pyramids of Gurma, monuments of eternity. Pyramids of Gurma in the middle of the desert. Above is the aerial view of the pyramids of Gurma. Yeah, I made it look. Praise the Most High. Civilization. The Greeks wrote them, the Romans wrote them, but they're trying to erase them from history. I know those eternity pools, that's what it looked like too. The pyramids, I made a bunch of them. Man, the ingenuity. When they leave the people alone. That's crazy. I ain't even tell it to give them locks. They gave them locks from the information. The Garamantes, masters of the desert. That's what this looked like, an infinity pool all around. So they built this in the middle of the desert. Look at all the cows. They had cows, everything. They all wrote about them. Oh, they wrote that because this is part of my prompt. I said, restore it till its fullness is beauty. I need my palms, my dates. So I had to prompt it. So it put above thriving ancient settlement of Gurma restored in its fullness. And then that's when I started to get even more. I had to go into another AI to go even more intricate. All right, so praise the Most High. This is what they built in the middle of the desert. And they talking about, we don't got no civilization and we don't got no, man. Don't let people take nobody's history from you. You got to understand. So I made it build this. So I put them all on one page like this. The ancient Garamantes. These are Hannibal's people. So remember when we seen it when it said Hannibal, riding the elephant, he said the Afra, the Garamanti, Hannibal, riding the elephant, and the elephant, black elephant, and he was the same hue as the elephant. They were the same hue. Okay? So it's, there's still history, but this goes so many thousands of years. Okay? This is 500-600 years before, All right. So now let me go to let me go to praise the Most High for able to recreate. All right, let me explain this part. We got to realize what time we living in. The Bible calls it the end time, right? We're living in a time where, because I was able to understand this technology and use it for righteous sake, right? That I can recreate the civilization that would have been wiped forever. Memory. So these individuals who were living, the Gavamantes who created this civilization, would have never thought that 3,000 years later, we would be able to recreate their culture, their cities, that they wouldn't be forgotten and wiped out of history. And they called the Romans later, as they rewrote the history, called them barbarians and savages. I know y'all, right? Like, of course they did. Does this look like savages? So savages was building this civilization? When later you would go through a dark ages, you understand? How do you think Greek, the Hellenes, came out of their dark ages? 400 years. This don't look like no savage, this don't look like savage land to me. All right. Now, it's 2 o'clock. Let me see. I don't want to go too long because it's Monday. I can come back. Let me see what I did.
Excuse me?
Yeah. Go ahead, Akiama.
We do have questions as well as that one you.
I'm gonna do her. So do the questions now, and I'm gonna do Yeshawalah's the feast day. You're welcome, Tamaya. All right. So I'll wrap this up. So you can go ahead and get the questions together now. Make sure the Most High don't want me to bring nothing else out, because I can come back. I'm gonna have to come back because there's so much more.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, hold on for 1 second. Let me do this really quick before I do that. Share screen. I can do this really quick. Window. Bang. Share. So now that y'all know what I see. This is the sky view of literal the satellites of what's there, and I was able to recreate it. Now it's different. That's that temple in the Libyan Sahara Desert. It's still there. This is today. The remnant, the relics. This is today. And I was able to rebuild it. Praise the Most High. These are the relics. These are the burial tomb, pyramidal temples. This is the Mirzirk Desert. The town. Aerial view. Ancient walls. Ancient walls. Ancient temple walls. The temple. Entrance to the tower. These are the relics what's left, still standing after thousands of years. These are the roof structure, part what's left of the roofing structure. These relics, the marvel of what our ancestors created, is remarkable. In the middle of the desert, though, that's the crazy part, is where it's done. This is a fortification of Quasi Tamara. All of this is aerial views from satellites that the white brothers archaeologists gathered and put together. Not trying to steal the history, but actually the Most High using them to validate and record what we would never be able to see. We don't have satellites. We're not going to the Sahara Desert. The Tamara Walls. Tamara Walls. From the sky. I just wanted to go through them. Look at this one. Aerial view of Quasamara. It's amazing the views we get from drones and satellites. So that's the point. You see how the Sahara Desert is huge. There's no way you would know that somewhere in the middle is this, right? We would never know this. That's the Most High. Another aerial view. I just want to go through them all. Make this thorough. This is Yashaba. Structure still sticking out from the sand, imprint of the fortified structure of the Shaba, thousands of years later, still imprinted into the sand. The civilization the Romans feared and forgot. There is something poignant about the Roman perception of the Garamantes. Roman legions crossed the Sahara to fight them, the Garamantes, campaigns that reached further south than any Roman arms had previously ventured, and that were celebrated as great triumphs back in the capital. Gramatian kings sent ambassadors to Rome, and yet Rome consistently described these adversaries as savages, nomads, brigands, and the refuse of humanity. I'm glad it's nothing new under the sun, right? Same stuff, right? These Roman devils, right? They sent ambassadors to Rome. And it's because I wouldn't be surprised if these were actually Hebrews, because it sounds like some curses stuff to me, right? And they still call them savages, nomads, the refuge of humanity, when they sit up there graping little boys and all that.
Excuse me?
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that a lot of the names are easily translated into Habaria, and a lot of them have that I in it instead of, those Canaanite AEIOUs.
I noticed it too. Even Tamara, and it's like I seen a lot
And Mara and Sahara.
Shaba, Sahara, Shahara, a lot of it. A lot of Habaria. I think I had something on it too. The view of a cameleer riding his camel in the Sahara. What's the name view? I forgot what they call this view. And these are the sources and the references. I just want to do that. And a lot of them, I meant to show you from my Shema music video that a lot of them, some of the descendants are the Tuaregs, and the Tuaregs are Shemitic, Israelite in their DNA. So Quasatamara, Quasamara, that's what you're talking about. Ajal, all right? The Shaba, and the Tuaregs, they're in my Shema music video. So at the beginning of the Shema music video, that's the Tuareg dancing in the sand. They're the desert dwellers with the big, what's the names on? I got them in the Shema music video. They're actually Israelite from the genetics, all right? And that's crazy. That's what it was. And the Tuaregs are their descendants. That's why I say sounds like the curses, the way they got the way they lost their civilization. All right, praise y'all. All right, go ahead, Akiyama. What was the first question? What was the question?
First I wanted to ask, did you see that question from Sabraya?
No.
All right. That one was pretty in depth, but let me go to one that's a little bit smaller at the moment. This is from GRWG. She asks, I've never heard of 99% of the people that do these things. Why are they so social media famous? They're all idiots.
Because it's an agenda. So it's the same reason why they shadow ban me. So they know me. In the whole there's millions of YouTube channels. People get billions of views. YouTube personally goes through my videos. They just did it the other day. They just took down a video that ain't even online. Let me explain. I swear you can't make this up. It says 1,000 videos, like 1,100, but I only got 600 visible. The other 600 is I was making in 2017, 18, before the Most High allowed me to release the ministry. I had to get the word out, so I was just teaching the word and making stuff. They just took down a video the other day, and it was a video that has never been online. And I made it in 2018. It's been on my channel, never been up since 2018. And they said, thank you. The last time they struck my channel, I'm glad they didn't give me a strike. Maybe the Most High did it because we would have just had another strike. So the last time they took the other video down, well, maybe because this one wasn't live. That's probably why. Because the other one was live. They took the my curses music video. We ain't hurt nobody, and they gave me a strike. Right? It's been up for 5 years. Now this time, they just took it down, right? And I got it open because these people still attacking the channel. They just tried to take down some more of our videos. I found it day before yesterday, and I changed it. So no, that's it. Where is it? Where is it? It gotta be here. Oh, let me click it, YouTube, right? And it says, hold on. We removed, here we go. Hi, Uncle Yashua Truth TV. It looks like Granddaddy IU, Nas, and Scarface didn't follow our community guidelines. We removed it from YouTube. First of all, I never put it up on YouTube. It's just in my backovers thing. What we found, we think your content violated our hate speech policy because they was talking about the music industry. Crazy work. We think your content, not everybody, Chud is calling people iggers people is punching people on YouTube. They doing all type of stuff. People can do anything they want on YouTube. This video was made in like 2017 and has never went on YouTube. And they literally are in my catalog that ain't even published on YouTube. It's not even up. It's just when you upload a video, you don't have to, before you put it out, it's not private or unlisted. It's not even published. It's just uploaded. And they says content that incites hatred against individuals or group based on their protected group status isn't allowed on YouTube. This may include inferiority claims or conspiracy theories. We review educational, documentary, artistic content on a case-by-case. Limited exceptions are made for content with suspicious content. You see an example of this at the 1 minute mark, and I played it, and they was talking about the music industry, what it's due to the Black people. Although there could be other instances, and we removed the content, but we didn't give you I didn't get a strike. And so what I'm pointing out is, my little 4,000 subscribers, I am so a threat to them because of what we're doing, that they attack me. I mean, they all in my catalog. I mean, I'm like, bro, it's not even up. What are y'all doing, bro? Like, and these people get to do anything on YouTube. That's why they're in my back. That's why I'm like, I can't do nothing. Do you understand? Literally, I have to watch everything I do. Everything I do, they shadow ban me, they strike me, they take my video, they just do anything, and people just free to do whatever. Yeah, they rummaging through my back office, bro. I mean, videos that's not even been up. I'm not even gonna put them up. It's like, wow. So anyway, it's yeah. So these people that can, and I'm still working on a way to get around stuff too. One day we're gonna do it because I can't have anything tied to me, right? I already know what I gotta do, right? Because they know the truth that'll come from this. So they allow this Chud and these people to get millions of views. Like if I was teaching some some Christianity stuff, religion, we'd be straight. I'd be a million views, especially, my teaching gift and my oration and, my election, but, the truth, what we expose, that's why they promote them and they won't promote me. So that's why when we was breaking down, when that, what's that dude, Umar was saying stuff about it's a psyop, I agree. Because this Chud dude came out of nowhere, right? And then they allowed them to do all this stuff for a gender reason. But anyway, go ahead. What's the next one, Hakiyama?
This next one is from Rohan. Rohan asks, would he be an Edomite, Aesop, or Esau?
No, he's not an Edomite. He's Shemitic. Oh well, Esau is Shemitic too, but he's not an Edomite. That was the scripture. I'll come back to it because I was going to do the troglodyte and we was going to do some Esau, but I'll do it next time. We'll do it again. We'll come back. I'll call it something else. But now the Garamantes, Aesop, I think Aesop was an Israelite. That's what I think because of what happened to him. The prophecies fit him all day long, all day. And the Messiah quoted him. You understand? Messiah quoted him all the time, the parables. So every time that they was like, Mashiach, why are you speaking in parables and proverbs? Why are you speaking in, he was doing Aesop. He was doing Esau. Now that ain't his name. All right, let me explain that too, Rohan. His name wouldn't have been Aesop. His name was probably a Habarian name. Remember, that's the Greek. Aesop is a Greek word. Like the Messiah's name wasn't Jesus. Okay? His name was Yahweh Shah, Yahweh Shah. But the Greeks call that Jesus. And then the Romans call it Ezus. And that's Zeus. That's a mixture of, and that's where they always, so the Hellenes always use E, right? Because that's the Phoenicians. All right, let me explain why all the Hellenes do Ethiopic, Egyptos, Ezus. Everything is E because the Phoenicians, the vowels E started with the Phoenicians. All right? The I come before the E. So they'll pronounce it Ethiopic or Ethiopic, but it'd be written A-E. That's the Hellenes because they learned it from the Phoenician alphabet. And the I and the E vowel sounds started in Phoenicia. The I came before the E, and the I was late Ugarit into Phoenicia. Okay? Canaanite. So that's why all the Hellenes, that's why he was Iezus and all that, and Egyptos, and that AE stuff in the Hellenes tongue. So was it Iapis, the Iapis fables, Iapis, that definitely wasn't his name, right? Sound like Yasaf, right? That's just a Greek transliteration of his name, all right? It's probably an exonym, absolutely. That's how they always do. All right. All right. What was the next question?
This next one is from Who Cares. She says, well, you kind of already answered it, but I'll ask it anyways. So that girl that says she was beautiful is related to him?
I'm sorry, say that again. That girl?
That girl who said that she was beautiful on one of the previous lives is related to him, the Somali.
Oh, to the big head dude on the screen? She talking about the thumbnail?
No, I think she was talking about Aesop.
No, Aesop is not a Somalian. Okay, let me explain that so y'all don't get it misunderstood. It said the Aesop was Greece. So the tie-in to the Somalians and cavemen is the Garamantes. The Garamantes, which you just learned about, from the Sahara Desert, Herodotus spoke in the Garamantes with a four-wheel. Why didn't I show the chariots? Oh, it did. One of the pictures had the chariots. I didn't zoom in on it. So the four-wheel chariots, the Greeks recorded that they would hunt down the troglodyte Ethiopians. So the cave dwellers were some of the Egyptians and Ethiopians that the Garamantes would go to war with. So the Greeks was recording that, and so I was bringing out that some of Ethiopians, Kush, were cavemen, cave dwellers. And so I'm like, Somalians. All right? Thank you. Thank you, guys. I'm glad y'all allow me to clarify, tie the bridge together. So the tie-in now, and then the Chud with the cavemen was from the Chud thing, meaning the cave dweller from his name and stuff, right? Plus he acts like a doggone, right? And then I was going to so the troglodytes, I was going to go into more detail. I got more with the troglodyte. I'm going to go into the scripture with the caves, all right? And I'm going to go into it, right? But we'll be going too long. It's already 2:00 in the morning. On Monday, I'll try not to keep y'all up too late. You know what I mean? So, yeah, so the Aesop, I think Aesop was probably a Hebrew, just from his past, his story, and what happened to him, his lot in life. And the Garamantes, they were Shemitic, and they would chase the cave dwellers, the Ethiopic troglodytes is what they called them. All right. And praise Yah. All right, go ahead. What's the next one, Akiyama?
This next one is from Tamaya. He says, do you think the water is underneath still?
Some is probably in other places of the desert, but you would have to know how to get it. But the way history records, where the Garamantes built their cities, that's how they lost their civilization. The water dried up. So the water is not finite under there because it's not coming from an infinite. It's just something stored from when the Sahara was fertile. So probably somewhere else in that huge Sahara desert is probably some more aquifers under there. But yeah, it's not replenished. Yes, that's a good word, Hakiyama. That water is not replenished. So they're saying that that's how they lost their civilization, between that and the attacks. But they're the Tuaregs now, and Tuaregs still exist, but they're in different parts of North Africa and South Africa as well. Go ahead. What's the next one?
The next one is from Sabria. She says, and you can see it in the.
Oh, this is a big one, right? Big question. All right, let me show this really quick before we do it. I just found this about the Garamantes. Let me show it. Share screen. Trying to get as much as I can out about the Garamantes. So This is key features. See, there it go. Herodotus said the Garamantes used 4-horse chariots to hunt down troglodyte Ethiopians in their quest for slaves. Now remember, each kingdom, slavery was not chattel slavery, but slavery, because even Aesop was a Greek slave. All right. So they would hunt down the Ethiopian troglodytes. And if anybody looked like a troglodyte, sorry, shout out to the righteous, what they call them, Somalians. Shout out to the righteous Somalians. No disrespect. But the unrighteous ones, if anybody look like some troglodytes to me, it's those 5 heads. They look real troglodyte-ish. I'm just making a joke. I'm sorry. I apologize. I repent. But anyway, ill hand, the troglodyte, that's what that's what I'm gonna start calling her. Because she don't repent. She don't want to give the money back. Ill hand, the troglodyte, right? I'm like, they definitely look like they was some Quaid cave dwellers. I'm just sorry. It just is what it is. All right, y'all can just bad on, right? But shout out to any righteous Somalians. No disrespect to you. Don't put the shoes on. It don't fit. Shoes don't fit. Don't put it on. All right. Ill hand the troglodyte. That's what I'm gonna call it from now on. All right. So it says key features of the Garamantes. Contrary to classical perceptions of them as desert barbarians that the Romans tried to say, they constructed large fortified mud brick cities. They sustained a large agrarian society by building thousands of miles of underground tunnels. Sitting at the crossroads of the Sahara, they used camel caravans to trade gold, ivory, salt, and agricultural goods. So they were rich, everybody. They were wealthy. Okay, I didn't want to leave that part out, right? Let's get to that. You heard? Don't forget that. You know what I mean? Because, they try to make us think everybody was savage and everything. No. They were trading gold, ivory, salt, and agricultural goods between sub-Saharan Africa and the Mediterranean, growing immensely wealthy. Didn't their cities look immensely wealthy? They look pretty well off, okay, in the middle of the Sahara Desert. That's why Rome wanted to conquer them and take all their stuff so bad, Roman ditties. They probably wanted some booty too. I'm glad they, hopefully they kept the Romans back. Keep the Diddy Epsteins away. Keep these booty bandits away. Roman rivals, they were both trading partners, Romans, and military adversaries. They were at the Roman Empire, fiercely defending their territory from the Romans and occasionally raiding Roman settlements along the North African coast. They had a unique culture. They were a largely indigenous African, Afro-Berber population who raised cattle, fought their wars using horse-drawn chariots, practiced mummification, and developed. All right, I did that before. All right. Did Herodotus describe Egyptians as black? Yes. In Herodotus History's book number 2, Herodotus explicitly described the ancient Egyptians as having black skin and woolly hair. Facts. Ancient historian Herodotus, while explaining his theory that the Chaldeans, a people living near the Black Sea, were descendants of the ancient Egyptian army, Herodotus famously stated, "There can be no doubt that the Chaldeans are an Egyptian race. For my own part, I believe it, both because they have black skins and woolly hair." Study of the antiquity and the Middle Ages. Throughout his work, Herodotus also closely associated the Egyptians with the Ethiopians, the Greek term for sub-Saharan Africans, noting their shared dark complexion and hair texture, because they created everybody, they started calling everybody Ethiopians who were blackity black after a while. Herodotus' eyewitness accounts clearly document that the native population of Egypt he observed was dark-skinned, curly-haired African people. You already know. All right. Go ahead, Hakama. I'm finished with that. What's Sabaya's question?
Okay, she says, and she starts with the scripture, Revelations 25:6. And the rest of the dead live not again until the 1,000 years.
That's that's not for the live. That's for our Tuesday Bible study. That's the series about the. No, that's not for our live stream.
Okay.
That's for the Tuesday Bible. So remind me tomorrow. That's tomorrow. Remind me tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow in the Bible study. Yeah,
okay.
That's for us to discern. All right, praise y'all. What's the next one?
This one is about the Pentecost. I'm not sure who it's from.
Oh, okay. All right, and let me do Yeshara La.
Okay.
Go ahead. What's the question? Well, I don't know too much about it, but I'm about the answer because Yeshara La, she wrote me something. Go ahead. So what's the question?
It reads, Grand Rising Ankh, Pentecost. Today is Pentecost, Feast of Weeks. In quotations, parentheses, wheat, first fruits. I reminded everyone about it in the family chat.
Go ahead.
In the family.
She answered me a question, but go ahead.
I reminded everyone about it in the family chat during the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and then again a couple of weeks ago, and then last night after Ya'alda asked me, is tomorrow Pentecost?
Go ahead. Mm-hmm. She said,
it seems so far away, May 24th, but as you know, time really has been flying, and somehow it's already here. A double Shabbat weekend and annual Shabbats are more relaxed because we can cook and prepare for hosting a feast, except for the Day of Atonement, and the last 4 days will be in the fall.
Okay, so no, that's not a question. She's making a statement. All right, so that's what I was going to find. So the Feast of Pentecost, the Feast of Weeks, was, I think that was 2 days ago now. Well, yesterday, basically, because it's the 26th. So yesterday was what they call Pentecost, but it's actually called the Feast of Weeks, or the wheat first fruits. All right? So praise the Most High for Yeshara La, our sister from Chicago, a scribe, and she puts together all the holy days and the calendars, and she has a gift from the Most High. That's why I said, I hope you ain't asking me a question on it, because I get my info from Yeshara La for the most part. That ain't my election. You know what I mean? Praise the Most High for our given elections. That's my sister's election. So the Pentecost, all right. She said, I reminded everyone about it in our family group chat during the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and then it just popped up. It came so fast. So May 24th was the Feast of Weeks, the Pentecost, and it was what you call a double Shabbat weekend. So the Sabbath weekend, the regular every 7-day Sabbath, and then the Pentecost holy day is another Sabbath to be kept. So it's a double. It's an annual, a yearly Sabbath. But the yearly Sabbath, 52 weeks, the yearly Sabbath are more relaxed because you can cook food and prepare as they prepared hosting for the feast. The only high annual Sabbath that we cannot cook for is a high holy day, is the Day of Atonement. The last 4 holy days that we have for the year happens now in the fall. This was the last holy day, yesterday, Pentecost, Feast of Weeks, for the Hebrew, the Most High God of the Hebrew Bible, where everybody celebrate all these holy days. Y'all call them holidays from the Hollywood tree, right? These Hollywood celebrities. But the Most High's holy days, this was the last one of the spring season, the new year, this one. Now, the next one starts in the fall, the next 4 holy days. The last 4 holy days will be in the fall. She said, Tayada, that means thank you for all you do. Uncle Yaaya Shah, much love to you from all of us, me, your elder, and my household. And Shabbayat, 7th day Sabbath, Shalayam, peace and blessings. Mashfaya, family. Thank you, Yesharallah, for informing the ministry of the Pentecost, the Feast of Weeks that was yesterday, and sharing so I can share with everyone else so that we can have a little more understanding of the Most High's holy days. Maybe starting in the fall when the next holy days come about, maybe we can, as a ministry, Hakyama and Yesharallah, maybe we can, good, she's still here. Maybe we can put it in our itinerary. Well, y'all gonna have to do it because y'all know me, I'm scattered or I be teaching so much. But maybe we can work out something where we are reminded before the holy day come, and then we can teach the children before each one of them come. Right, Yesharallah? And I can break down, what you put together so we can teach the children of the Most High from every nation, kindred, and tongue exactly what each holy day is about, what they are to do, and when it is before it comes, so that they can strive to celebrate it with their family. Maybe we can try to start that in the fall. But all we can do is try, right? So praise Yah. So Yesharallah, if you can get with Hakyama, because she's very studious with that. She's very studious with her memory and recording things. And the two of you can get on me, and we can, right before, at least a week before every holy day, we can do that live stream, give the children at least a week to prepare for it. And that would be beautiful. Praise the Most High, because we've been celebrating Hasatan holidays for so long, and it would be nice to start at least teaching the children of the Most High how to celebrate the Most High's holy days, because they are righteous. They are written about in the heavens too, guys. Y'all don't know that, but the Bible says they're celebrated in the heavens too. That's crazy work. I didn't even know that. When Yesharallah let me know that, I'm like, whoa, they're celebrated in heaven too. So that means it's very important, all right? And pray, and even if we can't physically keep them, let me explain this. Even if we can't physically keep them, you can keep them in your heart. See? These are the spiritual circumcision of the children. Yep, they're written in the heavenly tablets, all right? So even if you can't physically, right? Like even if you can't physically keep the Sabbath day because you have to work, you keep it in your heart. You keep it revered. That's called Yara, reverenced, in spirit and in truth. Come on, Yesharallah, in spirit. You understand? The spiritual circumcision, we won't be able to keep everything in the flesh. So if we teach them and we lead them, at least they can keep it in their spirit. Because I don't get to keep much holy days and partake, but all of the Most High in its fullness is reverenced. It's Yahweh, reverence and respected, and Ahaba Yah loved in my heart. And with that, the Most High knows I have reverence for all of it, that I can't keep most of it because of my ayadah, my work is so magnanimous of the thing I got to fulfill to teach his children and do all I got to do. So there's a grace, but I keep it all in my raya, in my spirit. All right? So praise the Most High that even if we can't keep it, to the letter, or if we can't, it'll be kept in your heart, in spirit, and in truth, because it's reverenced in in the heavens. Praise the Most High. All right. Was it another one, Hakiyama, or that's it?
That's all.
Praise you. That's a good stopping point. How many hours we did? 5. That's nice and long on a Monday. All right. I had a lot more, but it's okay. I'll fit that in because I was do more of the troglodytes, more of the cavemen. All right. Because I'm going to go in on Denisovan, troglodytes. Yeah, this dude, Denisovan. Now we know about this troglodyte. Boy, I swear, if these Somalians don't look, if that ain't a troglodyte, and you know how you put in the dictionary troglodyte, this should be the picture next to it. I swear. But anyway, shout out to the righteous Somalians. I don't mean to ranking on y'all. It's just a lot of people are offended by y'all. I mean, y'all definitely cause a lot of offense with your scamming and stuff. But so and Chud, he looked like a troglodyte. Chud, a troglodyte too, getting pegged. Chud, a troglodyte. That's why I put all 3 of them on here. All 3 of these are troglodytes. Do you understand? Cave dwellers. That's sorry, not sorry. Chud is straight out of cave. Somebody told you wrong. That's why his name is Chud. Chud mean a cave dweller. That's why I said that's crazy work, because he sure enough looked like he a troglodyte with a peg right up his booty too. The what you call the cavemen be running from Chud. It'd be like, what kind of Greco-Roman troglodyte is this? He said, I thought it was old to Snoop Dogg. All right, so it ain't nothing but troglodytes. That's all you see on the screen. Chud's DNA, the troglodytians. All right, so this has been what has it been? Were the Somalians cavemen? I think so. Some of them were troglodytes, and Chud the Builder's DNA exposed. That DNA was the Chud. Is in his name in the movie Chud. Cave human underground dwellers, the reptilian, the Denisovan, Tertullian, and all that. All right. Praise the Most High. Thank you. Hopefully y'all enjoyed yourself. We got a little laugh after Ray J got himself knocked out. Ray J got his butt whipped. That just make me feel all cozy inside, because he ain't nothing but wicked. You know what I mean? He ain't nothing but wicked. All right. So.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Hakim.
There was asking for a prayer for, let me see, I think it's Yanaqua.
For Yanaqua? All right. I got you. Let me close with the prayer. Now, before there were cities, before there were modern, well, not cities, but before there were these modern governments of today, ancient humanity walked through a brutal world of darkness. They had all type of predators. They had all type of crazy things that they needed to do to just basic survival, all type of crazy storms. And in ancient antiquity, a lot of the caves became shelter. All right? We've been taught wrong about cave life. It didn't just denote savagery. Caves became shelter for some of the ancient, even civilizations. Fire became life. All right? Now, the deeper archaeologists that dig into the earth, they found out more mysterious origins of humanity. As they keep digging, they found a lot of bones buried beneath caves. They found ancient fire pits, ancient tools. They found paintings on stone walls, not by savages. With every new discovery, more questions emerge. The Bible says, the Most High formed man from the dust of the ground, from the earth, our yachts, from the clay earth. So mankind is connected directly to the ground. And from that, civilizations rose. So how far-fetched would it be that if mankind came from the earth, why wouldn't we have dwellings made out of the earth? You see how they make us think that it's something savage? No, you had some that went savage in the caves. We're going to do that next time. When we, come on, earth homes, when we break out, even in the, when we did the ancient Sabians and stuff who carved it into the limestone, right? Carving beautiful architecture into the limestone, earthen homes. The energy from the rocks and the earth. But they making us think it's all savage. The Greeks got the word troglodyte. They used it to describe cave-dwelling peoples in different regions. In Africa, all through Arabia. Over time, the word cave dweller or troglodyte got distorted into an insult. But originally, it wasn't an insult. It referred to people living within rock shelters, within caves. Cave living in the ancient world was not strange. It was a matter of survival, a matter of protection from the weather, the climate, protection from outside forces, from enemies, and from wild animals. So, we're going to relearn when we do the next troglodyte, and I'm going to open scriptures. They lied to us again. So even though the ancient Gramanti of Hannibal's descendants was at war with the troglodyte Ethiopians, it don't mean that the troglodyte Egyptians and Ethiopians along the eastern Red Sea, as Herodotus, the Greek historian, wrote, were savage. That's the part. These fools had palaces in those caves. Somebody have told you wrong. You're sitting up here thinking, oh, they was in the caves along the eastern Mesopotamian, along the eastern Red Sea. And you thinking caves? Oh, because the Egyptians and the Ethiopians, they were troglodytes in the caves. Them dudes had cave palaces. You heard? Indoor pools in the cave. Somebody had told you wrong. They had a cave with gold hammer floors. Tell me about it. Boy, you're probably a cave you wish you could see. Now, the crazy thing is, when we relate that to today, what do the man of today, when they need space, when they need a set apart space, what do we call that today? A man what? A man cave. And what do our man cave? What will we make our man cave? Oh, it'd be everything we wanted. Right? No disrespect. No disrespect. But we try to make it as masculine as we can make it, right? We don't want no purple-y. I don't need no flowers. I don't need no pink fluffies. No, I don't want your... It's like, let me build my man, what? Cave. See, nothing new under the sun. They've been bamboozling us again. We're going, when we continue next time with the scriptures, I might do some of it on Friday. Add it in, because I got something crazy on Friday, so I don't know if I'll have time. But if not, well, next Monday, I'll make sure I throw it in, because I want to get through because there's some scriptural stuff that got to go with this man cave and troglodytes. You heard? These cave dwellers, they weren't all, it's crazy work. but they making us think that they are that it was all savage. Nah, it wasn't all savage. The devil's a lie. Praise the Most High, His holy name is rightful order. Thank you, Hakyama, for this lesson. What was the prayer request, Hakyama?
It just asks for a prayer for Yanaquam.
Shout out to Derek Thompson. Oh, they just said a prayer request. They didn't say what it was for.
Yes.
All right. Yanaquam, may you be blessed in your journey, young king, out there as you continue to become one with the Father, as you continue to be lowered all in his image, as you continue to battle the sins of the flesh and transgression, as you continue to mirror yourself into the likeness and being and function and nature of the Most High, Ahayad, and the oneness, that's Ahayad, the oneness of the Father, okay? May you continue to sojourn and endure, that's the word, as you continue to strive to live out your calling and your purpose, that the Most High, that you came into this dark second world through the womb of woman, through the mom, through the mayam, through the water, all right, as you came from the shamayam, the heavens, to fulfill a purpose on this earth, this dark second world. May you continue to be the light in this darkness and not let your light go dark. May you keep your lamp lit, Yahanaquam, and may the Most High's favor, grace, and mercy continue to be bestowed upon you all in his will. You heard? May he send his Malachi's angels and Sabaoth heavenly hosts to pour and cover and guide us all. I say this prayer over all of us because we all need this prayer. So I put it over you, Yahanaquam, and now I'm including your Mashfaya, your brothers and sisters from every nation, kindred, tongue, and people who are striving to know the Most High, striving to have a relationship with their Creator, with their Abba, their Father, who is striving to be his image on earth, as the biblical Safariyah Bible says we are called to do and be. May we all be blessed with abundance. May we all be blessed with healing, with mercy and grace of the Father. May the Father send the Malachi angels to bestow and guide and lead and protect and cover us all through all of our sins and transgressions, all of our trials and tribulations, all of our ebbs and flows. May the Father's grace and mercy be bestowed upon all of us. May the healing hands of the Father, may we rest in his mighty Ya'ad arm and hand. May we rest in his bosom. We pray this prayer goes to all his children who listen to this live stream and watch the replay. May the blessings of the Most High that bestowed on you be bestowed over your loved ones who you love and care about. I say this prayer in the name of the Father's only Ya'ad's Son who comes in his holy name. And I say Aman Yah, Amen, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, and Shalayah, Selah. Praise you, Father, your holy name and your rightful order. Praise you. All right. All right. Peace and blessings.
He's sick.
What you say?
Tamaya said he's sick.
He's sick. All right. Yah's healing hands over Yahanaquam. All right. Peace and blessings. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance tonight. Thank you, Tamaya, for your presence, King. I don't know if Yasha was here, but thank you to the ministry for welcoming anybody new. I'm not sure if they let anybody new find us tonight. If they did, praise the Most High, and thank the ministry for welcoming them and loving them with kindness and respect. They shadow banned the mess out of us tonight. I can't. They on me now. I realize it's like we got you now. I don't know what I could do if I can't do Chud and the Cavemen. So I'm like, what can I do? I'm trying to do anything to get through. They on me now, but whatever, right? That just free me up to really teach. So you know what's gonna happen, right? This is what's gonna happen if they keep shadow banning, right? And they keep squashing our numbers down to 1,000-2,000 views, then that's just gonna free me up to be like, all right, forget all that. Let's go. I just gonna put a title and let's just teach, and I ain't gotta work. But I do want to find the Most High's new children. That's the problem. So I can't. Because the goal is to be the Great Commission. The Great Commission is we gotta go find the lost. And if they shadow ban, see, if they leave it alone, then they could find us. So if they're not able to find us, then I got to do whatever I can to get through to find them. It's a work. So as much as I want to not, I got to. So it's the work we got to do. All right. And hopefully when we do this financial thing, it'll work. But praise the Most High. All right. Peace and blessings, everybody. Have a blessed night. We'll see. We live again Friday, Eastern Standard Time. For those tomorrow in the Bible study, I'll see y'all tomorrow on the Zoom. But everybody else, we live Friday about 9:30. So y'all go and prepare. Get your snacks for Friday. It's going down. I don't know what I'm teaching, but it's going to be crazy. Peace and blessings to all 70 of us on the live stream about 3 o'clock in the morning on a Monday night. Thank you so much, Father, for even allowing us to reach hundreds of people worldwide. That's a blessing within itself, even outside, even through the shadow ban. And still, I'm very thankful for that, right? Because it could be one person here, you know what I mean? And I would still have to teach the word because that's what I was doing it when it was one person here. So praise the Most High that we can even reach hundreds worldwide, all right? Praise the Most High. And that thousands get to see our videos later. Peace and blessings, everybody, from the house of the Most High Yah to all of y'all worldwide. We'll see y'all Friday, the Shabbat Yah. Peace and blessings. Thank you, Yasharallah, for the feast day information. All right. Shalom. Thank you, Hakiyama, again. Shalom, everyone.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah.
Precious chosen people of the Most High. You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we will see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.